Aha!
I
There
hear
we
you.
go.
No.
Nope, I figured it. There we go.
That's why I'm Posket. It was only a year ago. Oh, I
Yep.
remember that intro. Oh, I remember that
Sorry.
little
I
intro.
was saying, Nikon, thanks so much for the sub. Thanks for coming and hanging out this evening. Good to see you, buddy. Just saying, we need to work on figuring out what we're going to do for our triumphant return of armchair admirals and generals for Veterans Day, because I would really like to do that again in the not too distant future. And but I was saying, yeah, we're on hiatus because you went and did cool guy stuff. Um, since you're a big deal now,
So the 22nd is the anniversary of Pathfinders. No, that's when you uploaded it to your channel. Was the 22nd of
22nd of
202
what?
of 22 of 22
22nd of what though?
October.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Huh.
that's when you uploaded it to yours. I imagine we streamed it
Yeah,
on
no, we started
mine.
on yours.
Right.
Yep.
And now it has all the wrong links.
Yeah.
Funny.
Um, well, since we didn't have my mic because I had it muted for some reason, I don't know how that button got pressed. Welcome to episode 76 of the Pathfinders
Whoa.
podcast. We're the Pathfinders. We're charting the way through all the nebulous information surrounding Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and their development. We've got an interesting show for you today. I am Tree0311 here with my partner in crime.
Standing in for Naz. I am sleepy Naz, and I just got off work.
Yeah, Naz just got off work. I took the babies to their 4 month checkup today, this afternoon with the wifey, and so they got shots. So they're not happy, like really not
How they
happy.
doing though?
They're doing good. They're doing good. We're taking all the kids to the pumpkin patch tomorrow. It's gonna be great.
Have you started their flight training yet? Can't start too
Oh
early.
yes. hmm Well, speaking of kids in flight training, I'm pretty sure Boone borked my right stick. Um, so I
That's
took it
great.
apart to try and fix the issue because I've heard of other people having the issue just because they're not like super well made. And yeah, so I will have to do a little bit more testing to see if I can get it back together. But in the meantime, I treated myself, so I've got VKBs on the way.
Nice.
But yeah, that
Eventually,
might
I'll do
take a
that
little bit.
probably after moving.
hmm
I think the only piece of technology I'm planning to upgrade before then is getting a laptop. But currently,
Oh,
the schedule
nice.
is get car, save for
Having a
moving.
laptop is pretty handy. Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's the plan.
cool.
So
No more deployments for a while. Yep, Naz has a new job. You've been working at the new job for a month, 2 months now.
2 weeks, 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. Only
Why did I think it
only
was longer?
just 2 weeks. No.
Because you had
Yeah, I
talked about it.
currently
Yeah.
I do what's it called? Online grocery pickup. There we go. Walmart. That's exactly what the job I thought it was going to be. Um, for those who don't know, I did online fulfillment orders for a department store previous, so it was basically the same thing except better stocking, and each spot on each shelf has a number, which is so nice. Um, but yeah, very active. It's a very active job. Lots of heavy things, and for some reason, people buying way too much water.
Yeah, I imagine after all the hurricanes.
Not around here. People panic buy water here
Well, I know, but
for
people
no
like
reason.
everybody's expecting them to be more. Like you just had, Helene come through, and then Milton farther south. So like everybody's
So
you
this
know,
town is a really
planning ahead.
strange thing. They won't pre-buy storm supplies. They will post-buy storm supplies whenever there's a storm on the news. So if there's like some storm in like the high Alps, in some other country, like high mountains in another country, this town will panic buy water. It's so freaking weird. But yeah,
Well,
I'm loving it. Lots of stuff. And then I've already been able to save the first chunk for the car, so super happy.
hooray! Yeah, we're saving for a minivan.
I got one that's
So
half
there's
rust
that.
outside.
Yeah. Um, Yeah, that's hopefully going to be next year. That's where I'm
Awesome.
at.
Hey,
um,
minivans are get some kind of stupid crap as like either a family man vehicle like soccer moms, but like they effectively like they are the freelancers of cars. Like they have internal storage,
very
they have good
utilitarian.
seating, like it's a freelancer. Like it just is. It's just really good cargo and personnel transport.
Yeah,
Pepper missed
it's
14 minutes of Pathfinder secrets. Yeah, you did.
um,
Like those 14 minutes were like really like we leaked a lot of stuff of like the upcoming like stuff we're planning for Pathfinders. Like there's like we're getting in touch with like foreign nationals and things, but you're gonna have to go back and watch the first 14 if you want the details.
yes, we have lots of secrets here. But yeah,
Uh,
we've got
I'm gonna be eating an apple while we're doing this. So sorry.
a fun episode. Well, I don't know about fun episode, but it'll be an interesting episode. We're going to cover the latest server meshing updates. Look at what Benoit's been saying surrounding the most recent test. Um, so just like the last couple updates, we'll go through what Benoit was saying during the test because he's always really good about keeping us informed and dropping little tidbits. And there was some interesting crumbs that he left for us, as well as going through the after action report. And then
And
we're gonna
also
go. Oh,
a I in one of them he fixes the definition. Oh, it's in the test E action report.
mhm.
Um, and fixed misconception that I saw a couple of people have. It's just a way of terminologying that he
Oh,
has.
okay. Oh, that reminds me. While we're going through that, Naz, can you find the? Can you take a couple minutes and find the letter from the chairman where they had that timeline for server meshing?
Oh, you
That
mean
had
where we were supposed to do the first version of server meshing back in 22?
yeah 22 and the minimum viable product and everything because like everybody, you know, they're testing the minimum viable product in Evo right now.
Yep.
Four servers, two for each system, just like they said
Yep.
2 years ago.
Yep.
Um,
Done, dusted. They say it went great.
yeah. But then we're going to take a look at CitizenCon, talk about our expectations. We'll go over uh, I don't know what to call it, the map, the layout, um,
The
briefly.
event
But then
map?
we'll look at and then we'll look at the panels, um, and talk about what we expect from those. Ooh, screaming in the
Now,
background.
if you need a dart, just go. I
No,
guess.
wifey's got it.
All right.
Pretty sure Boone's got a cold. He has been not having it all day.
Oh.
Well, all afternoon. This morning he was great. So, okay, well, you guys are family, so got to share. Boone pooped in the potty for the very first time today. So, momentous, momentous occasion, big achievement for my mini me. So, it was a big day. We've been working hard on this, so it was very gratifying, and he was very proud of himself and very happy. So we went and treated ourselves to donuts, and so we had a good morning together. But then he just has not been feeling good all afternoon, very snotty. So yay, daycare. But Naz,
Those
you
donuts.
have
What those donuts have in them?
you're streaming during CitizenCon like you did
Yep.
last year,
Yep.
and
Starting at 2 in the morning EST Saturday.
okay, 2 in the morning EST. Oh, that early.
It starts, I think,
The
only
sh-
2 hours after that, or the doors are only open like 2 hours after that.
oh, okay. You're starting way before the doors open.
Yeah, so I want to be able to get all the hosts in, all hosts settled. Have some like that's why I'm not really pushing to do like my own uh expectations on streams. So I'm going to be
Hmm.
focusing mostly on Space Engineers for streams for the week. Um, and yeah, it's gonna be actually a really good stream because I actually did a little bit of work to actually make it a good stream. So we're starting with a little bit discussion before the pre-show, then we'll watch the pre-show. The kind of philosophy for during the show is if you wanted to watch without commentary, you'd go watch the original. So we're gonna have commentary. We're gonna be talking. It's not gonna be just playing because I know some people have opinions about talking when showing other people content. And then there's going to be, I think there's 2 or 3 hours after each session for discussion. Then after day 1, we're going to start with mining gameplay in Star Citizen, and then later on, I think right after day 2, we're going to do salvaging. And then as we round out the whole stream, we're going to go back with cargo ships and pick up all the mining and salvage stuff from the refineries and stuff. So we got a gameplay arc for the whole thing. And then 6 hours after... 3 hours after... Yeah, 3 hours after day 2 ends. So after the discussion part, we are also having... Well, you actually have the first guest. And then I also have...
I'm the first guest on day 2.
In the
Oh, okay.
after 3 hours after the thing, so at 12 my time EST after the show. I got you for a half an hour. I got Smithy, then hopefully Paul, but he hasn't confirmed anything. He said you need to go and check something. Then I got Tomato, then Space Coder, then Griffin, and Space Coder and Griffin will be on the floor, or at least have been at the show. So that is an awesome stacked guest call-in section.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I also have so I also have at least 2 other hosts. There's 4 of us all together, but at least 2 will always be on.
Okay. Oh yeah, I remember we did that last year. You guys worked in shifts. Yep. Is Red J gonna be on with you again, or?
Nope, not this year.
Okay. Well, cool. No, I'm looking forward to it. I hope I put it in my calendar right. I'm gonna have you remind me after we're done this evening to make sure I have it on the, because for some reason I thought I was on day 1, but it's day 2, so I got to make sure that I have it on the calendar right.
Everyone's on day 2. It is cool. A consecutive half an hour thing.
Sweet. But yeah, looking forward to it. So if you
to all the people,
if you're going to be on the Twitch and watching the coverage of CitizenCon, go say hi to Naz and crew and check in and see what they're up to and what they're talking about, and tell them your thoughts. I'm sure they'd love to have you guys. So I will be checking in as I'm watching CitizenCon, because I'll be watching it here in my office, so I don't disturb the rest of the house, because I'll be starting at 3 a.m. when the stream starts. My time. It's 3 a.m. Mountain Time is when the stream starts. Right? That sounds, because it would be 5 a.m. is when the stream starts for you. I think that's right. Yeah.
I thought it started at 3 my time. No, you're right, because I know, okay.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to wake up when the doors, I wasn't going to wake up and turn it on when the doors open. I was going to wake up through 30 minutes.
See, one of the reasons I absolutely want to be there is because I know Jared, and I know he gets really cheeky around CitizenCon, and I almost he'll be doing something.
Everybody, there's a crowd of people following him around, watching the whatever shenanigans he was getting into last year. It was pretty funny.
Doors open at 9 a.m.
Yeah. Well, that's why Jared was getting into shenanigans, because he was completely delusional and off his rocker. He was like,
and he will be again.
Yeah.
He absolutely will be again. He puts everything into it. And not only that, so there is a tweet I need to bring up, and I forgot to bring it up during Space Coder's expectations stream that I did Sunday. Which, if you like candid, just friends talking about Star Citizen, the Coders, the Space Coders podcast, great. Go watch the first, was it 12 episodes I think we're in now? Like, a great discussion. He had Tomato and I forgot the other guy's name on before me, and they were also really good. Lots of good things to say, and lots of different points of view on that little show. Little show. It was just like 3-4 hour show. Really good. I definitely recommend it.
Yeah, Space Coder's a good dude, and I'm looking forward to seeing more where his current project goes.
Yes. Okay, so Jared said on October 12th, y'all know me, I don't hype, I don't like it, But every single one of these presentations have things you're expecting. Meeting expectations is always good. And things I'm certain you have not. Surprises are fun. And everyone here is excited to show you what's beyond 4.0. Just really feeling it right now. I'm so happy. I'm as happy as ever to be part of this project. And that last sentence really hit home for me. Like, that's awesome because he had a really hard time with his move to Manchester. That's where you've been. So here, working, and then I had Space Coast thing on Sunday, and so I didn't end up streaming Sunday, even though I didn't actually confirm the not streaming on Sunday thing in the Discord. It's fine. I should be streaming the next time I have scheduled to stream, and it'll probably be Space Engineers because new update.
Danger Hobo, come on now. Jared is not the PR guy. PR is public relations. Jared produces information media.
Jared is
no, but Jared
community
doesn't
content director.
Hype things up. He shows stuff off and he gets information out there. But like Jared wasn't hyping anything up last year. He was like, it's going to be a great show and stuff, but he wasn't talking about it the way he is this year. So, you know.
Yes, he is probably directed by PR.
But relations is like, managing your customers and your customer base and stuff.
He is not in the community. What are they called?
Yeah,
community manager. He's not a community manager. He's a community content manager. His job is literally to show us what they're working on. Literally. Yep. He is at odds with everyone trying to keep their secrets. Always. And he's said as much, like when he's trying, like, I wish I could give you this one. Like he says that quite a lot. Like, I wish I could get you footage of this, but it's not ready to show yet. He has shot stuff that is way before he's allowed to. And basically, he is always trying to find that line with each little feature of when he's allowed to show stuff. And he loves CitizenCon because it's just like anything that's being worked on gets to go in CitizenCon.
No, it's gonna be a great show. I'm hyped, and I'm sad I can't go this year. And if it's in Montreal or in Austin next year, I'm going. I just don't remember. Same. Like I haven't had a chance to think about like where we would be on the rotation. Just because I haven't looked back and
I don't think they're going to go back to LA.
Well, it wouldn't be so soon, but they've been on a rotation, and I don't remember what comes after Manchester because last time it was in Manchester it was canceled for 4 years. Right. So,
but it's it was always EU NA.
Yeah.
So it would be Austin, but they have a new studio, and they've never had one there. So next year is a real gamble. I would love to see a Montreal one. I'd love to see
I've never been to Montreal, and I've spent so much time in Austin. And I went to Austin's in 2018. So I would because if it's in Montreal or Austin next year, I'm going, and my wife and I want to go together, and I would love to.
Austin's obviously easier.
It's easier, but not by a whole lot. But my wife has been to Austin a lot. I've been to Austin a lot. We went to Austin last time. It would be fun to go someplace different.
Okay. Yeah. By
maybe Boise.
Supposedly, if all things go as planned, by next year's CitizenCon, I will have family in Canada. Not in that part of Canada, but family in Canada.
It is a big country.
Yeah, they are literally on the other half. They are, was it 4 hours above Seattle?
Oh, okay. So, in BC.
Way over on the other side, but it's still Canada.
Well, let's go ahead and switch screens, and we'll get into the first segment of the podcast, looking at the information surrounding the latest server meshing update. So, here we go. Oh, we'll get rid of that. Hide bookmarks bar.
Oops.
So, like last time, we have the Spectrum post for the, to kick off the server meshing playtest round 6. They called it Test E. So the post from Wikipedia, and then and then a note from Wintermute, who was one of the network team people. And then all of these up here at the top are comments, and this isn't even all of them. This is just the ones that I thought were the most important. What's that?
Link to the timeline.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Open in browser.
Getting married to a Canadian? No. Fortunately, NASA's not getting married. Everyone will freaking absolutely know when I have a significant other, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to talk about it. Like, and there's no way that they're going to not be able to be on stream. They will be tied to a chair and forced to stream with me.
Naz a sugar mama or sugar daddy. I don't care. Someone who can support Naz's ambitions and let him be his free nerdy self and live the dream. You just gotta let me be me, babe. You gotta let me pursue my dreams. So the latest tech preview was on October 10th. So today's the 14th. So that was last Thursday. Yep. This one I wasn't able to get in. Did you get to test it all, Naz?
Was this the one that went up to 2000?
Yep. Yeah, last Thursday. Cool.
Yep. I was there.
Yeah. I was on duty all day on a 24-hour
That's right, because it came out one day after you wanted it to. That's right.
Yep. Again.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got in, or yeah, I got to play each phase. There was
awesome.
a 1 to 100 phase just to like validate that. Yep, servers definitely still work. Then we went up to 1,000, and it was like, hey, this is a thing. But it worked though. Like all the things that needed to worked. Desync was obviously atrocious and all the other things, but it worked.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, okay, it's pretty bad now, but it functions. So and it was like, as much time as they spent validating 100 players, they validated 1,000. Like, okay, spent half an hour, we're kicking up to 2,000. And that went about as well as it sounds like it did. But it was interesting. It only broke down after you got close to that 1,000 players. I was on a server with only like 500 players, and my server personally only had like 50. It was so smooth. Like it was you didn't notice you were in this giant mesh.
Mm-hmm.
And I had like the server info up all the time. And it was this test specifically that added a player count number where you can see in the details in the server info, or the R.
You had the shard info. / and then the number within your server within the shard.
Yep. So you had population of shard, population or / population of your server that you're connected to, or the DGS you're connected to.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get into any of the super high population servers, ones.
Right? 6 for the 2,000.
I'm sure they'll say which 6 to 800. 6 to 8 is what it dropped down to. So no.
Or no, it's 10 2,000, wasn't it? Yeah. 10,
it was 10 2,000. Yep.
It
actually doesn't say that what. Yeah, it doesn't say in here what they went up to.
Mm-hmm.
It only says we went up to 2,000 players. Yeah, but it was server meshing. Like it was it was like there wasn't like wow, I see the future. It was tech works. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Like I guess we're here now. And like where it lands and how many players can connect to the server, and the server, like there's not a lot of taking apart that we can do to the server configuration and server performance now, because static server meshing is not where we're like, it's not the destination. It's the gas station on the way to the destination. The fact that we were able to set up a mesh with 2,000 players and all in Stanton, like that's great, and they found a whole bunch of reasons to optimize each server, the mesh, and each DGS and all the services. But we're heading towards a place where they can do that all while live because they can shut down different parts of the mesh independently.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be dynamic, and yeah, it's exciting when you dig into it. It's really exciting to think about, to realize, oh, that's what this is. This is capable of X, and compared
Can
to
we
what
get
we've
Ramos for
been.
this podcast?
Yeah. Um. So like all of this is pretty much the same. It hasn't changed much. It was still on the 3.24 build. Pardon me. Access to everybody. Um, started at 1 to 100, went to 6 1,000, 10 2,000, and then 6 800.
Yep.
If I remember correctly. Yeah, in terms of number of servers and max player count. And we'll read down here what
Intermute.
Winterbeat said. So Winterbeat says, "Hey folks, thank you all for joining us today for more server meshing testing. Below you'll find a few notable changes in this build, and this is changes from the previous test. If you have any feedback to share or encounter any fun new issues, you can leave your feedback here, and I'll pick it up." Notable changes: stability improvements, including addressing the crash we had seen in the last test that was occurring at high player counts. So that was part of what they had. So that's part of the reason they went to 10 2,000, because they wanted to validate to not only did that crash, make sure, hey, the crash isn't showing up at 6 1,000. We want to make sure that the fix that we have continues up at 10 2,000. That we've addressed it completely. It isn't just oh well, we fixed it at this player count and this configuration. And it was a hybrid service crash, and the reason they needed to make sure that was fixed is so that way the hybrid, when we get to dynamic server meshing, and there can eventually be instances where a mesh with a single replicant gets up to higher player counts than 1,000. They want to make sure that the hybrid doesn't fail, or the services within the hybrid don't fail. Replication layer being the biggest one, doesn't fail and crash. And ruin the game experience. Disconnect everything. Even though it might chug and not perform well for seconds to minutes while they spin up another replication layer, additional services from within the hybrid, more servers, what have you. They want to make sure that it stays up. It might chug for a minute, but it needs to not crash. It needs to not fail. We have made changes to the territory distribution algorithm, which distributes them distributes the territory amongst the DGSs in the mesh. This should make for more balanced DGS performance across the mesh. And this was an issue I noticed in not this last one that I wasn't on, but on the one before, where when I was in Lorville, I had great performance. And then when I left Lorville, it went down. It was still good, but it went down. And so they're just working on fine tuning the algorithm to make it so that way you don't have big changes in performance when you go from one server to another. And
interesting, because in this test, it was the exact opposite. I had
exactly,
terrible performance all up until I hit the border outside of Microtech.
Yep,
The
I saw that
second
on
I jumped
multiple
away from
people's
Microtech,
reports. Mm-hmm.
the second I got out of Microtech, it was perfect.
Yeah, and
It was server FPS was locked at 30.
And that's the hard part too is, they don't want to lock it in where, okay, these servers are hard covering these areas, because they know after a certain amount of time people will distribute naturally, and it won't, that first rush of people logging in and then getting to their hangars and their ships and moving about and doing things will make it so that way a server will be bogged down at first, but then once things smooth out and people are all over the place, they don't want the servers that everybody started out in, at the landing zones, whatever is covering the landing zones, to then not have any responsibility or very little, and be performing amazingly well, while the servers that everybody is at, for further locations within the universe, not be performing well. And so it's a hard balance to strike, because like you said, Nazeris, it's not dynamic, it's static. And so whatever they put the shard up with is what it's stuck at until the shard comes down.
Yep.
Um,
And,
so
and there's the thought, but basically, like, they really want to get past this as soon as possible. And they also, there was their thought, they have the analytics on what the average distribution of the universe is. They have the analytics. That's why they're setting it up how they're setting it up.
mm-hmm.
So they know not day one, but day 80 of the game where everyone's going to be, where the base distribution is of all the players and what they're
The
doing.
players and the entities, like what they've left
Right.
behind. Yeah.
And so that's probably where they're aiming this version at, where while in the landing zone, yeah, it's going to perform a lot worse, but that's because on day one, everyone's in a landing zone. Day
Yeah.
80, 10%
And even
of
after
people
the
are.
first hour or two, like, you're gonna that first rush when the shard goes up is gonna be rough. But then once people spread out a little bit,
Yep.
then as more people log on later on, like it'll it will be you'll get a spike and it'll level off, and then it'll taper off down and normalize. And so
Tim Pasta
they
asked, "Do you
they
think
can't do
Stagey
anything
expects all
about the
players to
spike.
go for one spot?" Yes, I expect they expect exactly that, because you tell someone that, hey, it's gonna be really bad if you do this thing. The second they get on, they're gonna say, hey, everyone meet in this spot. Everyone get in this one elevator, this one ship, this one landing zone. Absolutely, they're gonna. Everyone on a server is gonna try and get the same spot. And the
Yep.
entrepreneurial, no, where's the word? Oh no, enterprising. The enterprising community beacons around will definitely try and see how big they can make different community events. Whether
And
it's
it's a good
just,
thing,
let's see how many people we can get at
Yeah.
an outpost, or giant land battles, combined arms battles. Who's it, like, was it Sis and Kate that does the like combined arms, like they turn Stanton into a game board and they have different teams fight over territories.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Sis and Kate. Um, yeah, there's definitely gonna be all sorts of players and community content creators and community members doing absolutely anything they can to, like, take advantage of higher player counts.
Yeah.
Like, what happens when everyone shows up at a jump point? What happens if you storm the jump point?
I don't think we're going to see login queues for shards. Like, there might be a queue on day one as they are spitting up shards, but once the
Yeah.
shard is up, like, and that's the thing, is everybody thinks, oh well, they're gonna do 1,000 player shards and they're gonna need to put in a queue. No, they're not gonna do 1,000 player shards. The game can't handle that. Even when the replication layer is at its best, the game is just not going to be able to handle it. But then there's so much about the game that isn't ready for that level of player count. Um, that's why they keep going back to the
Oh
four or
no,
five
the
hundred
new
and the
deal
six
with
eight
its
hundred.
2 terminals.
Yeah, there's
Oh.
a lot of things that need to scale, and so, like, they're going to launch with a 5 to 600 person shard, and then you don't hardly need a queue. The issues with landing zones and habs and hangars are minimal. Are they going to happen? Yeah, but is it going to be as bad as with 1,000 people? No, not even close.
I have a sneaking suspicion
But
that,
they
and this is
will
kind
need
of
to
a,
address that for dynamic server meshing. And,
yeah,
like,
I have a sneaking suspicion that stuff, that are like the problem with not enough beds, the problem with not enough screens, the problem with not enough hangars or doors, um, is something that they have and they know what they're going to do about it. They just haven't told us, and maybe it's something that they're going to talk about at CitizenCon. So continue watching. We're
one.
going to talk about CitizenCon later.
So I was at uh oh gosh, the dang habs in New Babbage.
Aspire
Um,
Ground.
Aspire Grand, right? Yeah. If you go to the window in, like, the sort of hallway area outside the hab,
Mm-hmm.
and you look out the
Mm-hmm.
window and look at the rest of the building,
Mm-hmm.
the hab area that we have in the building right now is, like, not even a third of the interior space of that building, and
Not,
there's
it's
windows.
barely a tenth. Like,
Well,
there's like dozens of
it
floors. We have like 5.
yeah, it's like an there's 10 floors, and each floor has 5 habs. But that space only it's in the shape of an H. And so there's the two, we're at the center part of the H is where the habs are now. There's this
Mhm.
leg and this leg over here, and if you look out the window, you can see they all have windows, and they're all faked, the faked windows that they put on there before. But all that is space that they can put habs in with hallways and elevators. And if you ever, you go down to the elevator and you realize to the lobby and you see, oh, there's like 6 or 8 elevators in here, but I always pop out of the same one because there's only one elevator and one gate. If you go, there's only one elevator running right now, essentially, or very few. So
Yeah.
they built it to scale. Um, they did this with the hospitals when they added, I think it was Maria Pure of Heart, and um, there was like the round 2 hospitals or something like that. But they added more beds to the hospitals. Um, and the hospitals are able to scale. The habs are able to scale, especially for the ones in it's Lorville and Area 18. You don't have a window, right? But Mike New Babbage and Orison, you have windows.
Right.
But the buildings themselves have room for way more habs.
Hmm.
Probably, that you could. It's probably we're probably at most a third, but probably more like a fourth or a fifth of what the building is capable of holding in terms of how many floors and then how far out into the building the floors can go, even with the windows and such. And the
Yep.
lobby has 6 elevators. The other thing that they can do and probably will do is if you go through an elevator in a space station versus if you go through an elevator at a landing zone hab, how long does it take you at a space station to get from one location to the next?
Couple seconds.
It's, yeah, seconds most. But like when I go through the hab, it's like a real elevator. And so they can
Hmm.
shorten that time down. They can fake it. Um, because for in terms of like a second or two, that's an eternity for the replication layer to move your character, 4 characters in their gear from one floor to the next. Um, they'll need
They
to
need to
expand the
expand.
spaceports a little bit.
Yeah,
They'll
Babbage
need to
is
add more
actually a
hangars,
really weird place
but that's
because
easy.
it is.
You
Well,
add more
Babbage is
monolithic
weird.
buildings into the mountain, and you add the
Yeah,
gateway there.
they have to add more building in
Yeah,
almost all other places. Yeah, they could put more stuff in Lorville's. Um, so Babbage and Orison are kind of at a weird spot where they're going to need to add more art to the exterior to add more to the interior. They
well, and
are
it's not
they're out
interior,
of space.
but like, yeah, they need to. But if you look at where some of the hangars are for New
Hmm.
Babbage, they are buildings that are not attached to the main spaceport.
Some
And
of them, yeah.
yeah, you can go fly over it, and you're like, oh, there's a door. There's a big old door, and that building's not attached. And they can just add more of those. It's not a huge
Yeah.
big deal. And at a 500 player shard, it's
Those
really not
tall
that big a
spires
deal.
only have, as far as I've seen, an XL and a large because I've landed on them because I have a reclaimer, um, and I've landed in them before. Like they are used.
Yeah, GQBD, I totally get what you're talking about, but it's really not necessary for a 500 player shard. And so it's one of those things where, at a 500 player shard, maybe a brief queue
Yeah.
at best. But when
And
there's
we're about to talk about the after
yeah
action report anyway. So
yeah we'll get there. We'll
yep.
finish reading this. So, additional performance data capture. We have made some changes on how we gather performance data to include more information about what a specific DGS in the mesh has streamed in at the time of a capture, and this will help us when tuning performance. So and one of the comments up here at the top is going to talk about that in order to see what is really to fine tune what is impacting server performance the most. And you're going to see what Benoit talks about with that, and what things they add and do in order to improve server performance in relation to what things are streamed in. So if a server is performing like garbage, like, okay, what is streamed in on that server and what is impacting it the most, and how do we mitigate that? Display info, we talked about that. The number of players in the mesh or in the shard and on the server. Many more behind the scenes changes which may not be noticeable but continue to improve performance and stability, as well as laying the groundwork for functionality that will arrive later. UTs. So
AKA dynamic.
yeah, that's what, and they've been saying it, but without saying it, that these tests are not just for 4.0 and static server meshing. They are getting. Naz and I were saying this like a year or two ago. You know,
I can see a future, and I'm pretty sure I said this, that like even when 4 was supposed to be Q3. I can see a future where there is a at least tech preview of dynamic before the end of the year.
I wouldn't be surprised. It would not catch me off guard whatsoever. So I put all these comments from Benoit, Balt CIG, in time order. So starting at 111, he's replying to someone. Depends on the gameplay experience. Some locations don't support that many players. In fact, many locations. We just talked about that. A lot of locations in the game don't have the support for that many players, because they didn't want to waste time on the art, and B, when that location is streamed in, and it's not, it impacts the server performance. And so if you had, 4 times as many habs and 3 times as many, hangars, etc., at each location in Stanton right now, it would negatively impact server performance for no gain. Oh, yep.
Ignore
I
it.
think it's pinned. Yeah, GQBD. I think that post is pinned in the Star Citizen discussion. So let's. I saw it before. I had to restart my computer, so I need to scroll back up. So let's find what Curso is asking. There we go. Balt, if this goes well, will you push beyond 1K for 4.0? Depends on the gameplay experience. Some locations don't support that many players. In fact, many locations.
Means no.
No, they're not even going to go. I will be infinitely surprised if they go for 1.0. I don't know where people keep getting this idea when they have told us that we're testing at these levels in order to find where it breaks and find the optimizations.
I expect way more by 1.0.
Oh yeah, 1.0 for sure. Wait.
Okay, so rephrase what you just said, because you just said 1.0.
No, he said 4.0.
Yes, but you had said I'd be infinitely surprised if they did that for 1.0. Then you said or 4.0, even 1.0. What did you mean to say? You'd be infinitely surprised if you'd see that for 1. Or 4.0. You'd even be surprised if you saw that X.
Or no, are you talking about me responding to your comment about the tech preview for dynamic?
No.
What are you talking about?
So you went and read Corso's comment, and he asked if they'd be shooting 4,000, and you said you'd be surprised, infinitely surprised, if they did that for 4.0.
Yep.
And for some reason, you followed that up with saying, I'd also be surprised if they did that for 1.0.
Did I say that? No, that's not what I meant.
You did. That's why I'm confused. Okay. Like,
yeah,
I expect that. Like, I have hopes for like 10,000, 100,000 for 1.0. Like,
oh yeah,
basically, we don't know where dynamic lands.
Yeah, shards will be much bigger.
Yeah, it hinges on the problem that Ashes of Creation sidestepped, and that's the bottleneck of the replication layer. How many clients can a replication layer serve? That's the bottleneck we have to worry about.
The other thing is like so Ashes of Creation sidestepped the replication layer, but they also didn't. Because like they are doing what Paul Reindell said in 2021, 2022 that CIG couldn't do, because eventually when you have too many connections, you can only scale up what Ashes of Creation is doing so much.
Right. That's what we keep saying. Like, everyone's implementation of server meshing is going to be different. Every game has things like Ashes of Creation and Star Atlas and Dual Universe all said that what CIG is doing is impossible. CIG has said that what Ashes of Creation doing is impossible. Why? Because it's a completely different implementation for a completely different outcome of the tech. Nobody can do the same thing. This is why you won't see a server meshing tech built into a like a game engine. Because when a game like you can't
Unreal
support
6.
like a Halo mesh and a Candy Crush mesh. They're completely different games. You need completely different things to support them.
Well, and yeah, that's the level of fidelity and data transmission needed for a medieval first-person swing swords, shoot arrows, do magic, versus a
And
space
build towns.
MMO.
Don't forget to build towns.
Yeah,
It's the
but
only reason I'm interested.
yeah, um, night and day different. But that's like I don't know why people think that they're testing 1,000, so that must be what they're going for. When
They don't.
CIG have deliberate, but it's because people haven't read what Benoit's
Yeah.
been saying, you know. And why would they do 1,000 players if the locations don't support it? And why would they delay 4.0's launch, in order to update those locations when they can just launch it with 500-600 players and the game will perform? Like, if you were on those tests, you know how well it performed. And as they continue to do these tests, that will continue to be updated and refined. So a 500 player shard for 4.0 could perform really well and be really stable compared to what we've had before. And that's 2.5, that's for per system, that's 2.5 times what the total player count is. And you could get all 500 players or nearly that into one area essentially within a system. Like, that's nuts. It's a
Yeah.
huge leap, but it also, like, that's a huge leap and not that many steps in between that and dynamic server meshing.
Yep.
So
Is supposed to be able to
depends
server
on.
meshing into Unreal 5, I believe. Now, yeah, I was thinking about that when you said I haven't actually looked into that at all, and I haven't heard anything official. Even like I keep decently close with. I even watched a lot of their last presentation. I didn't hear anything about the actual server meshing stuff.
It's basically Unreal 6 is combining that plus Unreal 5 and a whole bunch of other things that they've updated and stuff. But
But Unreal
like,
5 just came out like last year.
well, it's older than that. But it's
Unreal
they've been
5 just
showing
came out
Unreal
last
5 for a couple years. But that's the thing, is like nobody's built a game for it, or a real game, or a game that can take advantage of any of that. Like, it'll be ages before someone comes up with a good game
Apparently April
that takes
22.
advantage,
2
that
years.
comes up with all that. But yeah, so the locations don't support it. The game doesn't support it. There's no need. It would be a
Uh,
waste.
Unreal Epic Game expects Unreal Engine 6 by 2026 or 30.
So this has been Juan talking about they disarm. I don't know what that means, but it's referring to the fix that they had for the hybrid for the 1K player test. We're checking ship spawns at the moment. That was the issue. Is another issue that they're having is being ships, people being able to spawn their ships, and the gateway issues. So but the cool thing is they're able to put out hot fixes for this stuff for a lot of it at the basically at runtime. Benoit at 222. As Waka mentioned, we are preparing the next stage. Even though many issues were observed, we want to push forward with a 10 2K setup, which we will leave on for a short time before heading back down. Like I said, they're wanting to validate that the hybrid fixes that they put in and their optimizations held up under even more load. That it wasn't something that, okay, we fix it at this level, but it'll crop back up at this level. Now, expectations are that the experience will be very rough, but we want to validate a few hypotheses which would need even more channels opened. So they're also testing a hypothesis in regards to performance, with more channels. So they're channels in that you have the more servers and more clients connected to the replication layer. Benoit 228. We're also cooking a client hotfix for a crash we saw you guys run into during the previous phases. It should be available later in the channel. It's got to cook a full build. So they would implement it once they restarted the shards. so they there's a lot of people reporting client crashes, um, and so those things weren't showing up until they got into the higher player counts, and so they were able to diagnose that at runtime and address it um, within the test. So that's pretty great. Um, and Benoit says, just repeating for the next phase, we expect 1020 2K for to be very rough. Let's see, keep moving forward. And so Benoit says, very interesting observations at the moment for performance and stalls at those numbers. So this is the 2K test, looking at performance and stalls because they're looking at that data in real time to see, okay, this is, doing it at this level is showing us places that we can continue to optimize, the performance for the mesh, um, it, in ways that the lower tests did not reveal those things. That's why they keep doing these tests, and where these stalls are and how they can continue to optimize it. And then at 323, we've raised a few values to see if we can squeeze more throughput around an issue. We'll see if that helps. And so, like I said, they're tweaking this stuff. Not only, we found a client crash and we're gonna push that out with the next build for the next part of the test, but they're also actively tweaking. When he talks about throughput, the way the RMQ pushes information through to and from the replication layer to see if that can allow them to overcome an issue that was being seen at those high player counts. 324. Let's see. Benoit replies to a question from Rorix Blade. Combination of things mostly around throughput and parallelization on the hybrid, which is what we keep optimizing day in, day out. More in the post-action report. So let's find that question because I read it before. Rorix Blade. There's Rorix. Oh, there we go. Rorix Blade asks, Benoit, are you allowed to tell us what that issue is? This was the issue that he was talking about the previous comment, the issue that they're trying to find a workaround in terms of getting more throughput, in order to circumvent an issue. And so Benoit's reply was, it's a combination of things, mostly around throughput and parallelization on the hybrid. So how parallelization, like how many like parallel data channels are they able to send information
How many lanes
through?
of traffic?
Yeah, they're trying to avoid gridlock like in LA traffic or Washington DC traffic. And so how many lanes of traffic can they open up, and what can they do with those lanes in order to alleviate the gridlock, to allow information to keep flowing and not stall and back up? Because when you get the stalls and when you get the the information stopping, you have traffic. That's what causes the interaction delay, the desync, and so but they only have so many lanes of traffic and they can only do so much, and so it's a matter of not only having the appropriate lanes of traffic, but putting the appropriate dedicating certain lanes to certain types of traffic, and then prioritizing, which lanes go when, as if they're like merging. The RMQ is directing traffic in order to keep traffic flowing. And this is Benoit replying to that. Results of the last change are inconclusive for now. Some effect, but we see some loss still. Discussing with team about next steps. So they're continuing to try and figure out, how do they get, can they get around that? What options do they have? And then 345. Okay, guys, we got enough data for the higher range. We'll be reeling back to 6,800 configuration and keep capturing data at this level. And as a reminder, the previous tests, they've reeled it back to a 4 and 500 configuration. So they're seeing that they're using this in order to get even more long-term data in terms of performance because I kept it up for like 24 hours to see how this configuration performs as players are able to actually play the game, as it's performing, and leave ships and gear and other stuff lying around, and entity count starts to go up and such. Let's see, and something about the client hotfix. So this was kind of interesting. Benoit said at 4:03, when the servers are up and you are hopefully able to get into the verse and spread out, please try to experiment a bit at the boundaries of transition. So where, like now you were talking about how your experience, you're leaving Microtech and then going out into space, and you had big sweeping changes in terms of performance, and so they wanted to see what people's experience was at that transition point, because if you're just quantuming and stuff, it kind of gets hidden pretty well, but they wanted to see people interacting around that transition point to make sure that, if you remember from the demo last year at CitizenCon, things were being transmitted in real times if they were all on the same server, and so they want to make sure that's working because, um, uh, based off the configuration, the transition zones were a lot closer, were the around the planets essentially, um, and so there was potentially a likelihood for interaction, space combat and people doing stuff. So they wanted to make sure that the handing information back and forth at that transition point um, worked smoothly instead of just um, oh, I quantumed and I arrived. Okay, what happens when there's 10 people, fighting here and lasers and bullets and missiles are flying? So someone asked, what is the DGS setup? And Benoit said at 4:04, there's a DGS for Stanton. And I think when he says Stanton, I think he means like all of space in Stanton. And then it's hard to know because they talk about things differently. But I think he was saying there's a server for Crusader Space, Microtech Space, ArcCore,
Yeah,
and Hurston,
when
right?
2Bound42 was testing it, it was when you leave a planet, you transition to Stanton, but
Mm-hmm.
when you go to one of the moons, you get back onto the one with the landing zone.
Okay, so it's the space in between is one server. The moons in orbit of a planet are the same server as the planet itself. So there's four. There's the one for the space in between, and he said he couldn't remember the last one, so don't know what that sixth server was managing. Oh
I'll
boy.
see they haven't fixed. Hold on. They haven't the whole C. They haven't fixed it for the whole cargo patch, which they have several times. Never released other cargo ships, Zeus CL, and now they're going to sell you all base building ships and new cargo ships, and new cargo ships. Yeah. I'm sorry.
How
Do you not want a base building ship? Do you not want cargo ships?
it's the oh gosh, what
That's a
logical fallacy
completely
is
like
this? The ship
yeah.
team doesn't stop building ships, especially ships for other gameplay, when
Go
there
Cindy.
are all sorts of different teams that have to work on fixing gameplay features. It the whole scene not working with docking could be doing, and cargo loading unloading could be due to any number of different issues. They've talked about this
Especially
so
server
many
problems.
times. Server issues. It could be a networking issue. It could be something to do with the docking tech. It could be something to do with the way the stations work. The way the cargo is loaded, unloaded. There's so many different things, and there could be so many different things that cause these issues. You fix one, and that reveals, okay, well, there's these ones. Like that's not how this works, and I don't know how many times CIG has to explain that, Cowboy.
Concept
Um,
artists are not technical artists. Not same people.
yeah, and yeah, they do consult with each other when they're building the gameplay, but like the ship teams don't have any bearing on fixing a gameplay
even
feature.
even within the ship, like even within the ship team, let's say that the whatever bug for the Hull C today is a vehicle specific bug, right?
Yeah.
So that's the ship team problem. But the guy who or girl, person assigned to fix a technical issue, a coding problem or a feature problem, is not the person who is drawing the concept art or designing the concept art or the lore or the logos for any of the ships. Never, nowhere near the same person. Like they're on opposite ends of the entire ship team. And those concept people, one, they are always employed. Two, they can do literally 20 concepts a week. It just their job is specifically get work done, move on to next concept. And the
False
designers
dilemma.
are in charge of making sure they have concepts to draw.
Yep. Yeah.
And
does it suck? Everybody who has a Hull C wants their Hull C to work. They'll get it
I have a
fixed.
Hull C. I just bought one in game the other day. I love
Yeah.
it. It's so beautiful. I love
They'll
having
get
a
it
Hull C.
fixed. It is what it is. There's plenty of things that have been broken and taken a while to get fixed. You know, it sucks. I get it. But the wheels keep turning.
Yep.
Sorry.
Like, if you want them to stop selling ships, you want the game to fail. That's at this point. That's where we're at.
I want the first round of cargo to be done before a new line.
Done. It's done.
Yeah. Cargo's in.
Taurus. No, not even. Constellation Andromeda. Done. That was the first line.
Yeah.
We have cargo missions. We have hauling missions.
I don't know what you're talking about
Reputation.
Of cargo. These things are not mutually exclusive. One thing does not stop the other.
And PvT is now in the stores, in game stores. I'm so happy. I'm so excited.
Yeah, there are lots of bugs, and it's going to take a while.
Hull C D&E are not coming in for the foreseeable future because they have no idea how to build an economy around it at the moment.
Yeah, that's not something we need to worry about, the whole D, because we're not going to see that for a while. You know, there's no need for it. You know, they'll fix the cargo stuff with the Hull C. It's pretty unique, and what they had in game before it broke was also a very placeholder. So it's a matter of, do they fix that, or are they going to be able to get what they really wanted in terms of freight elevators? You know, because that's like you parking at a UI element in space and ship, you know, just disappearing isn't what they want for that gameplay.
No,
they want
ships that fly out
and
they want
freight
the
elevator,
PVTs to pull the stuff off.
Or use your tractor beams.
I don't think it's a childish mindset. Like everyone wants like their Endeavors, their BMMs, their whole Ds. Like everyone wants their ship that they pledged for way back when. Like it's not a dumb thing to want what you got
and want it to work.
And want it to work. Yeah, it's but you also have to contend with the reality of it's an in development project. We're still in alpha, as people love to hate on that. We shouldn't be saying we're still in alpha 10 years in, but guess what? We're still in alpha. That is not an excuse. It's a reality.
It's the technical definition.
Something to, it's not something because we'll be in alpha forever. No, they're working on getting us out of alpha right now. There's an entire panel. The last panel of CitizenCon is, hey, this is our plan to get out of alpha and to fix all the stuff that people have problems with. And until then, any bug that's in the game is fair game to leave alone till 1.0. Because
at least on the road
stuff
too.
Stuff like ship naming or ship bin numbers or the customization they had with the 300i or weapon balance this, ship balance that. Any of that is left alone for eternity until they have time to bring it to that 1.0 standard where they finish whatever balance and they make the feature go wide on all the ships.
This is why it's so important to follow the development just a little bit. If all you do is watch ISC and SCL, you will have all the context you need in order to have the appropriate mindset for how things work and what's going on. You don't have to read all the monthly reports. You know, it's helpful. You don't have to read all the dev comments like I do, like the dev tracker. I'm reading that all day long. I'm folding laundry and reading the dev tracker. I'm changing diapers and reading the dev tracker. I'm running critical care calls and reading the dev tracker as I'm doing my charting on the way back, because I definitely wouldn't read the dev tracker while somebody's dying. But so it's, but it's these things are not mutually exclusive. It's a false dilemma. Like, I don't want CIG to stop building ships and vehicles for other gameplay things just because medical's at tier 0.
Yeah, there's also it's also really
Yeah.
hard for especially the D&E because that's the problem is squarely not on the ship team for this, and that's there's not enough space for the economy that those ships need.
Yep.
For it, like stuff like the E is almost 100,000 units of cargo. Nowhere in Stanton are we moving 100,000 units of cargo, especially not anywhere in Stanton. That is a multi-stop across the entire empire kind of run. That is where you pick up like an entire plant's worth of farming supplies, an entire plant's worth of water, an entire plant's worth of like hydrogen and ship parts, and you drop it at like Earth or something that has no current exports. Or
Yeah.
no current exports because it's overpopulated.
Yep.
Or maybe it's stop at these like 50 satellite bases that the UE has put together for Synth World. This is not a oh, let's just go do a hauling mission today. This is a multi-day ship to get whatever one run you're doing. It's 100,000 one units of cargo. Like what is that? What is that? Um,
Well, let's
it's
keep moving
somewhere.
on
It's
with the server
eight.
meshing stuff,
It's nine
because
eight 500
I feel like we
divided
beat that dead
by.
horse.
That is 3,000. Over 3,000 32 SCU boxes.
No, Cowboy, that's not true
I'll
at
do it.
all. um, and
No, you will not need this much
no,
from base building. No way.
no, not even, not a snowball's chance in hell.
If we are wrong,
Imagine,
come back to us after
yeah,
CitizenCon because they're going to talk about base building a lot. All right, moving on.
yeah. I just want to know what the last server was. If you had space, and then the planets, the planets with each with their moons in orbit. What was the last one? Was it the stations? Like, that's what I want to know.
Why does Bolt not know?
Yeah,
You think
and
Bolt would know?
4:39 p.m. Okay, guys, we're gonna leave this configuration overnight for all to experiment, and that's the experimenting part is the part that's interesting. To see what does how do things perform over 24 hours or whatever. With actual people gameplay and doing stuff. A lot of captured logs and data to review from tonight's tests and configuration level is going to be a big day in the office tomorrow. Looking forward to an after action report. We'll be getting to that in just a second. Um, so that's one of the things. There was a lot of reports about crashing to desktop. I've had it from multiple people in my Discord who were trying to play. And so they're going to be looking into those crashes, because not only do they have to, make sure that the mesh is performing, but that it doesn't, with server meshing in a server mesh environment, that it doesn't create issues client side that they have to address. And so you can't be like, oh, well, server meshing's working, but 4% of the people when they connect, run into this issue and they crash. So they have to be able to maintain essentially client side integrity. This one, Locky 9. Well, this is a good one. Most of the changes we do for the tech previews get integrated into 4.0.x as we go along. So
Okay,
let's see. Where's the
this
question?
is the misconception one. A lot of people read this as not 4.0, but 4.0.12345. And we will get back to why that doesn't mean 4.0.12345 and why that actually means 4.0 when we read the after action report.
Can we expect the population counter to get added to future builds, or is it only for meshing testing? And where did it go?
Yes. You passed it.
There we go. Most of the changes we do for tech previews get integrated into 4.0.x as we go along. So the this is also saying that um, as they are testing server meshing in tech preview, they are updating the 4.0 build that they have internally and now in Evo
which is
as they go
hilarious
along.
because we like the testing preview or the testing channel has been so far on a 3.2
2.4.
two.
I think it's
Was
just
I think it was
3.24. It's not
previous to
dot one.
2.4. No, it was not 2.4. It was 2.3. It was a 2.3 build
Oh, you're talking about
because there were
earlier in the year.
no even this one because there's a lot of QOLs that are in 3.2.4 that were not in the tech preview. It was hilarious. Like I keep like the biggest one was the inventory camera. Is the
Mm-hmm.
big one they fixed where in 3.2.4 it spawns behind the character. In 3.2.3 it spawns in the wall.
Hmm.
And every time you open it up in tech preview, spawns in the wall. So they've been running like 4 different code bases, and we're like going to see all 4 of these collapse into one build by 4.0. It's amazing. They've been doing
Yeah.
such hard work.
But that's the thing is people thought that the tech preview testing, like they couldn't start 4.0 testing until they got the tech preview testing done. Like they have to finish tech preview testing before they get a build. And it's like, no, once they get it to a point where they think it's ready, they integrate it because they said that like a couple reports, after action reports ago, and they'll continue with. Uh, we did the Evo test on this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um, and so I don't know if the Evo test had the fixes that they did. It won't have had the fixes from this most recent test, but the next Evo that they do will have the optimizations and fixes that they implement from this test that they just did.
Yep.
And then they're going to do more tests and they're going to continue to implement the fixes from the tech preview into Evo. And we'll see why here in just a second.
I can imagine that we're actually done with the preview channel till 4.0.
Well,
So they can focus on getting it
basically
through
said that.
Evo and
Um,
right. Anyway, moving on.
uh, so I'll read to the first half, and then if you want to read from new observations down. So server meshing test E after action report. Hello, captains. Back with another server meshing test E post action report directly from the server meshing strike team. Meshing test E was conducted on SC's birthday, October 10th. Woot. This test included 10 major hybrid fixes that were encountered at high concurrency in the last test, which prevented us from pushing forward. Other optimizations are still underway, but we did not make their way into the build. Our objective in this test was to measure the behavior of the hybrid at 1,000 player concurrency.
More woot.
Hey, 07 Riggsy, good to see you. Shortly after initial launch, a new crash was encountered related to client subscriptions. I don't know what they mean by the subscriptions.
Client subscriptions are when a client connects to the server. It subscribes to a server.
Related to the
Pretty
client
sure.
subscriptions. Interesting. Fortunately, this was a
I imagine-
configurable fatal error and was able to disarm it. That's the disarm he's talking about temporarily and continue with the test. So that's good. It
I
didn't stop
imagine
them.
it's so it's subscribing as in I subscribe to like the data stream of this server.
Yeah, it's kind of like subscribing to an email list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And continue with the test. While more optimization opportunities were observed, some key measurements show great progress and stability even at high numbers. So even though it may have felt like it wasn't performing well for you, aspects of the mesh were performing well for the mesh. It just might not have been visible to the on the player side, and so but they continue to see places to optimize that we will continue to benefit from those improvements. Throughput and latency were not always at the rendezvous. We're not always at the rendezvous. Nevertheless, the team wanted to use the opportunity further and push to 2,000 concurrent players cap to measure stability and shake out new crashes. So, like we said, they wanted to make sure it was stable at higher levels. They wanted to see if there were other crashes or previous crashes that cropped up at those high levels. As expected, the 2,000 player test was especially rough, but valuable performance captures will allow progress. Yay, progress. That's what matters. The same gameplay observation from test C and D carry over.
Nice.
Yeah.
New observations in test E. When a 1,000+ player concurrency, or when at 1,000+ player concurrency,
Oh, before you
long
continue,
load.
so the same observations from test C and D carry over. So if you go back and read those reports, the observations carry over into this report. So they are tracking certain things. Continue.
Okay. Long loading screens were observed across many players loading late into the game, caused by waiting for a free hab to spawn in. Would nice to see this on screen, aka he will talk to people and see if we can get like a hey, waiting for hab icon up on screen so we can see if the game's still working.
Yeah. And he's referring to this for the tests. They're going to continue to do tests at 1,000 plus players. So they want to get a queue in so people don't like Alt F4 thinking that something's frozen, so that people know. But it doesn't mean that they're going to put the queue in for live.
Right.
And
it could.
It may. Yeah. It could. But also, if the queue is in here in order to mitigate issues with 1,000 player concurrency, you wouldn't see it at live with 500-600 players, or would hardly ever see it. So
yeah. So even if they put it in and they left it in, the chance of you seeing it would be however much the servers. So they could just leave it in and just if the server ever gets high enough, you just see it.
Yep.
Fine. Move on. Looking to see if a queuing mechanism to ease the spawning process can help. Also looking at other spawn options. More on this later. I imagine they're going to try and let people spawn on stations.
Either stations or in hospital beds, or both.
Or both.
But again,
that's a good point. I didn't think of that one.
People are going to take this and say, "Oh, they're going to let us do this in live." No, it's to allow you to test, to let things not interrupt the testing process.
Yeah, because we are having a really big instance tab is going to be a little bit of dev time, and it ultimately up to them if that dev time is worth it. Do they want to do instance? Because the plan for building interiors entirely, not just the feature, is to work with dynamic server meshing, not necessarily to have all the buildings instanced. They could, but that's a choice they have to make. Do they want to just instance it now, or do they want to wait till dynamic is in and they can just dynamically move the interiors to a different server?
The hard part with the habs is the half of the habs in game in landing zones have windows that look out into the environment. So instancing that creates a challenge. Do you put a render to texture at every window?
Oh, that's right. Because I thought of that because
everybody.
The instant hangars are not in the location of the hangar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
I forgot about that.
It's easy to do for Lorville and Area 18 because you don't have a window looking out into the world.
You do after you come out of the pod because there's one in the hallway.
Yeah, but that's the thing is it's not like you request your pod to be moved to a gateway,
right?
And so that's the issue. Now, I don't see them instancing habs for tech preview tests. I see the location devs adding more habs to the space that they already have available in order to expand it, but not for 4.0.
Yeah.
They're not going to delay 4.0 in order to prevent these issues by, having devs work overtime for 4 weeks to try and get, a bunch of habs in.
Yeah.
Unless they somehow already had that planned and they're just turned off, which I kind of doubt. because they made a big deal about adding more hospital beds and more hangars before when they did it.
Yeah. And when they talked about the final ISC before we got the hangers in, they said this is interesting tech that we could apply somewhere else in the game. Not that they did.
Mm-hmm.
So anything we talk about basically in this entire stream is like as far as development goes is post CitizenCon, which means probably mid next year. Most of the stuff for the rest of this year is already on the roadmap and they know and they're working on it, aka mostly just 4.0 stuff, just getting 4.0 to live. And then IE. There is very little, well, especially that we know of, but maybe there's a little bit more at CitizenCon that we don't know of. But there's
Mm-hmm.
very little unknown development for the rest of the year. And then they take their break, and then we have the kind of settling of the first quarter next year, and then we'll have Invictus and all that. So we don't like really get into like the chunky stuff if it wasn't already delayed from this year until about year half next year. So any like super big feature development will probably be farther down the road. Like Tree said several times, what Benoit's saying here is specifically to unblock testing of the mesh itself. Not to help gameplay, not to hurt gameplay, not to circumnavigate gameplay, specifically to help test the mesh.
Yep.
All right, moving on. Observed several issues occurring with ASOPs during the high player count test, where the terminals would appear stuck, waiting for ships/hangars to be unstowed. After investigation, no backend issues were detected. Further investigation is underway. So that's a really interesting issue. One, they appeared stuck, but they weren't stuck. They were waiting for ships to
Mm-hmm.
unstow, but it wasn't a back-end issue.
Interesting.
So, yeah, that's like,
Wait a
how
minute.
do you have those two
Our
things?
ship wasn't causing the problem?
Yeah.
Well, now what do we do?
It's like, wait, the hangars aren't the back? It's like we've had that's like everyone's in the office is got 2-4 PTSD.
This one's
3-2-4
funny to me.
piece. Some players were seeing quantum jumping through a server boundary, but never actually pivoted to the new authority, causing them to be effectively lost. And a
We
smoke monster came and ate them.
the new milestone in the game we have achieved. We have reached the 4th or 5th or 6th dimension. I don't know which one it was.
You have become dimensionless. Appeared as if no controls worked, stuck in the seat, etc. So it acted like a server crash. Investigation is underway, possibly related to the game servers being overwhelmed and not processing the authority transfer in time. He talked about this during his last ISC, one of the two kind of like big SCLs, not ISC, two of the big SCLs this year. We got Chad McKinney and then Benoit right after. Anyway, he talked about one of the biggest things for a server to do is bind and unbind. And they didn't unbind. That's like the base function needs to do. And the server didn't say, "Hey, server, here's your player." It's just basically like it ran away, and the server's like, "Where'd he go?"
I'm gonna hold on to him. I like this one. I'm gonna keep him.
I like this one. You're my friend now.
You
And games are
belong to
with
me
400
now.
players. A game server with 400 players went through a successful crash recovery.
That's
The
insane.
team cheered. A mesh server with 400 players on it continued to have 400 players connected after it crashed and recovered.
Yep.
This is what server meshing means. All your binds belong to us now. Large area network binds need optimization, as seen in multiple captures in all tests so far.
Large
I'm surprised
area
it doesn't have
network binds.
no idea what that actually means. I'm
Okay.
completely lost on it. I imagine I'm surprised it doesn't have a this will be the focus of the next test.
Mm-hmm.
The test was scaled back down to 600 to 800 and left running for only 8 hours, not 24.
Oh, okay. That was longer.
Test E is the last test on the 3.2.4. Or it was 2.4. I swear. Maybe I'm thinking of 2.4.1 and not 2.4.2. Or 2.4.0, not 2.4.1. I was wrong. You were right.
I think they did it on, yeah. They might not have integrated the entire build, but they might have, yeah, they might not have gone from 3.24 to 3.24.1. They might have just integrated some quality of life things and fixes as part of that change, but not the whole patch.
Possibly. Last one on 3.2.4 tech preview stream. As we now have to merge back into the 4.0x development branch stream to continue the and continue. The team and I will give you all a huge, or the team and I give you all a huge hand of applause for your help as we continue, or as we collectively bid farewell to this code stream, or to move forward to the next stages. The team is now assembling a series of fixes and optimizations for more meshing tests, but our next test will be performed along the rest of the 4.0.x mayhem. See you all at CitizenCon 2945, subsequently in Test F. 07, Benoit. So
the
he
big
keeps
question
saying
is
4.0.x, 4.0.x. He means 4.0. Like, it's very obvious by his, like, it's not 4.0.x mayhem, it's the 4.0 mayhem. It's just his way of terminologying it.
Mm-hmm.
It is very obvious by the context here.
The question is, when are we going to be doing test F? And are we going to be doing a test F on a 3.24.2, which is technically a 4.0.x? That's my question. Because I don't think they're going to wait to do another server meshing test until 4.0
Yeah, what they
goes
could do
live.
is wait till 4.0 out of Evo and then use that.
I don't know.
I know you don't like it because it kind of is a weird spot.
Yeah, I don't think they do that. I think that they're gonna run. They're gonna run it because I mean, 3.24.2 is a 4.0 patch. It's just
Code branch, yeah.
4.0 minus server meshing and the 4. Some of the 4.0 features. The things they could pull through.
Yeah.
So it's technically correct. The most important part of kind of correct. That's the question though. Like, are they going? Because I don't think they're going to. Because these are open tests. They're always open. And I don't think they're going to do an open test when on a full 4.0 build before it gets to that level of PTU testing. And I think they would probably test it on 3.24.2 after CitizenCon because that build will have been validated and out to live.
Yeah. I think yours makes more sense. But I also think they might want to do a 4.0, like a tech preview, but I don't know why they would tech preview it and not just open PTU it. So I think yours makes more sense. I'm still skeptical that they might try a 4.0 tech preview.
Yeah, we'll see.
I have no basis for it, but like
I just hope they resume quickly. Why is this lagging? Weird. So I wanted to bring this back up. It
makes sense a lot that they would just like, okay, system comes over now. Let's get back to testing and just use the 3.42. Yeah.
So I wanted to bring this back up because this is from a letter from the chairman from 2022. Now, obviously, this didn't age well in terms of the years.
No. There's no dates. Well, there's no dates on here.
Yeah.
There's a vague interpretation of a date, but there are no dates on here.
There's the date, 2022.
Vague interpretations of a date.
Okay.
Whether a dot is or is not below a number is irrelevant.
The thing that's interesting is the timeline has not changed. Like a few little things got added in here, but the process hasn't changed. And here we are at the server meshing minimum viable product, MVP 4.0. or we're about to get there, and we're doing the server meshing tech preview. Very first server mesh prototype. The aim is to get an early tech preview onto PTU. Well, they're doing it differently. It's a little later now. Server mesh release. This will be a static mesh of one single replication layer hybrid service, and what we have, and then 4 DGS nodes to simulate Stanton and Pyro. That's what they just tested in
Yep.
Evocati. 4 servers attached to one hybrid service as a shard.
And it was 2
The
and 2.
minimum viable product. Yeah,
We now
2 for
have
each.
the like we were actually on Pathfinders. We're like, is that 4 for both? Is it no? It's 2 for each, 4 in
Mhm.
total.
And here's the part that almost nobody seems to know about, but it's right here and it's in multiple other things. Future plans are separating the replication layer, separating out because right now the separate replication layer is within the hybrid service. It's all in a lump with other services. And so they need to separate the replication layer out as well as the other services, so that way they can be horizontally scalable. Not just the replication layer, all the other ones, as well as working on a dynamic DGS mesh that allows DGS nodes to dynamically scale up and down and split simulation into dynamic areas. So,
Okay, so the thing I was like mentioning earlier is Azure Creation said you can't. The replication layer is the bottleneck because you have to have one talking to a whole bunch. Apparently, I also forgot about this. That is the thing. It is a horizontally scalable replication layer service.
yeah, that's why Ashes of Creation didn't use the replication layer model, because if you only have one replication layer, it has limitations. Obviously, we're seeing that they're testing it out right now. The
Mm-hmm.
point is to horizontally scale replication layers, just like you scale servers, in like what we're doing right now, um, in order to remove those limitations, or push that limitation far, far, farther down the line. But that's really hard to do. Hence where we are, when we are. That's and that's why ESO, they have a replication layer type model, but it's limited to 900 players or something like that. I think it's 600 players, um, because it can't handle higher player counts, because the replication layer doesn't horizontally scale. They have one per shard, and so that's essentially, or one per mesh, and so that's the limitation of it. And so, um, when people say, well, Ashes of Creation says the replication layer model doesn't work, it's because they're not talking about dynamic meshing where you have horizontally scalable replication layers, replicants. They're talking about a single one. So, different things.
Yeah. Everyone will approach the problem differently, and everyone will say everyone else's is impossible because they don't see where their own designers have already, or where the other people's designers have already seen the same problem and said we're going to do it this way, and not just because no one comes out and says, "Here's the diagram of everything we're about to do, and here's why it works, and here's how it works." Even CIG, even the many, 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 many server panel talks they've had, have not outlined exactly how. Like they've never said how they're doing this scalable replication layer. They said it's going to exist, but this is a footnote in a letter from the chairman, which was posted in a weird spot in the year, and like you have to like follow the game pretty hardcore to see that.
Yeah.
And it's
They've
still a
mentioned it
footnote.
here and a handful of other places. And unless you follow this sort of stuff with a fine tooth comb, you wouldn't understand that that's
Yeah.
how this works.
Like
You
there's
would,
gonna
because
be
you wouldn't know.
no video essays from like generic server YouTubers picking up on that. Like, even if you're like a server dev that does video essays on server tech, you're not picking up that footnote. Like, it's just
Right.
not happening.
I'm going to switch screens and we'll close those tabs and we'll open up the server, or the CitizenCon stuff. 1 second.
All right, and I demand we do a little break in between.
Okay. You may.
Yeah,
Close
all
that
right, I'll be
group.
right back. Go to the restroom. Go get a snack. Whatever you need to do, go do. How we switch over and do stuff.
Yeah. play intermission music. Actually, I'll be right back to it. I'm gonna grab a beer. Everybody, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Server meshing.
Oh,
I really,
very original.
I know I dated the hell out of myself talking about that. I'll be back in a split second because the fridge isn't far. All right, I'm back. Appreciate your patience, guys. Okay. My last beer. Ugh. We had tacos. Well, we had Mexican food tonight, so I had to have a few Modelo's. A pumpkin ale. No. I'm pretty basic. I'm not that basic, though. But we are taking, my wife is taking the day off tomorrow, and we're taking all the kids to the, there's a family farm in the south part of the county. It's a lot of fun. And they have these apple cider, it's like an apple cider whipped cream smoothie thing. Well, they're flipping delicious, and they sell them in these collectible glasses. Who is it? Oh, we're going to Low Family Farmstead. You've been there, right? You have to have been there. You've been here for a long time. I know you've been there. Yeah, but we're going to Low Family Farmstead. My wife is driving, and I'm bringing my bourbon because I was like, oh, this apple cider thing would be amazing with some bourbon in it. So, yeah, it's going to be fun.
I don't feel good.
You don't feel good?
I don't feel good.
Are you going to bail on me?
No, I'm not gonna bail.
Whew.
I just don't know how tomorrow is gonna go.
It's not.
I'm supposed to do something in the morning with my brother, and I'm also supposed to work tomorrow, and I don't know if either of those things are happening.
It's CitizenCon week. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
I don't know
Modelo
why.
helps.
I don't know. I don't know why all the COVID shots like hit me so dang hard, but they do. Like there was
Oh,
one
I see
that
what you're talking
didn't,
about.
but they hit me so freaking hard.
The second one got me. I was fine after the first one. The second one, it was about 24 hours or so of just straight garbage, and then like I was
I'm
miraculous. Like it was
falling
like
into that
light switch.
garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm falling into that garbage. I'm hoping I just sleep it off and I'm fine tomorrow morning. But like when I stood up, it's just like, oh, you like are
I
stiff
would
and
say take
groggy.
some Tylenol or ibuprofen,
Yeah. Yeah.
and that should help. All right,
Yeah.
switching
No, you're
screens
right. You're
now.
right. Ba la 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 la.
Okay, So obviously, here's a CitizenCon page. Um, this is this isn't all from last year. It looks like most of it is. So I wonder if like next year's we'll have footage from this year's.
Probably.
So I'm assuming
What
everyone has been
wasn't
to
from
the.
last year?
I wasn't sure about the cosplay thing.
Yeah, that
That
was
was like
last
one
year.
of the only times I left the venue. Was like,
Yeah, that
okay,
was last year.
cosplay. I'm gonna go pee. You know. But so it talks about the event. We have the schedule, and we have the show floor or event map. Um, I think the goodies are the part that we have so far is cool. I like the P8AR. Man, that thing doesn't feel looks beefy in my character's hands. Like it feels like it's a 308 rifle, a big old DMR. Like they did a good job with it.
More P8s, please.
Pardon me. Yeah. Um, I'm glad that they didn't just give us the CitizenCon one with the CitizenCon logo. I feel like that would have looked kind of funny in game. I'm glad I have my immersive looking one, but the flight suit is badass. It is sick, and I can't wait to see what's in the classified boxes. Um, oh, the other thing is, and I don't know how many of you noticed this. I'm just going to look at the digital goodies pack. Um, let's see. Uh, if you go to more info on the pack, uh, it says features all the same digital items that come with a ticket to CitizenCon 2954, including an exclusive undersuit and helmet, a duo of deadly new rifles, a challenge coin, and brand new themed bed for your hab. Themed bed for your hab. So they're basically saying this is why I have a feeling that we're going to be hearing about personal habs or getting personal habs in the new year because
And they
this
did make
is
sure to clarify about that. It's not a logout bed.
yeah yet, but they said for your hab, so
Yep.
I'm assuming you're going to be able to like swap out the beds in your hab to customize your personal hab. Um,
Yeah. I mean, it was the start of the demo that they were working on for Building Interiors before it got shelved. So
yeah, in favor of focusing on distribution centers. So
which we haven't heard of
interesting little
since.
bit. Yeah. So I pulled up the map and I just wanted to take a look at it real quick just because I think this is cool. Now, um, we have the ship displays right here. You have the big old Hornet right here, and then the um
Is that a 1-to-1 Hornet?
where's the sim pit thing again? Where did it go? All right, here's sim
Chair.
pits down here.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what this looks like,
Yeah.
but what I tell you what, we'll refer back to this once we get
Oh,
to
okay.
a certain part of the yeah, the Hornet is close to 1-to-1 if real. It's big. It looks
Yeah.
real big.
So for those who missed it, the
It's an
theme of this
appreciable
year
size.
is a Bengal class carrier hangar. That is the
Not only
theme.
a Bengal, but the Bengal from Squadron 42. The Barbary is the Bengal from Squadron 42.
I know that one.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's names are not me. I am not good with names. So
I just always remember because the clip, one of the clips from Squadron 42 from the trailers, it shows as the Bengal's like passing underneath you and it says Barbary on it.
ah, yeah, I'm not names.
Danger Hope, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. This could just be a false flag, and this could be where they, you know, demo or Squadron. Who knows?
What? Why does the lounge have a boxing ring in the middle?
I don't know, or I don't know if that's maybe just the. Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to be.
Like, it's very strange.
Let
I think the
let
Addison
the devs
Lounge
fight.
is let the devs fight. No, that's where we have actual player v devs fights. You
Yeah,
have
we're
problems, go
gonna.
there.
Yeah, Zach Priest and Elliot Maltby are gonna duke it out right here. Cage match,
Yes.
baby oil.
Um, is the Addison Lounge? Oh yeah, so that's premium ticket holders. That's probably where a lot of the who's what's it CCs are going to be.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm after having gone twice and having gone to last year's, I'm very much looking forward to watching some people who are posting live, yeah, streaming live from like walking around the event hall just to see because it like if all you do is watch the presentations, you really can't really appreciate the amount of work and effort that the
Mm-hmm.
teams go into putting all of this together for the entire convention experience. Because the presentations are super cool, but like if you've ever been to a convention for anything, there's more than just what is up here on the stage. There's so much more,
Yeah.
and it's regardless of whether it's a professional convention or like an entertainment convention. Like I've been to a Gamescom, I've been to Dragon Con, I've been to a BlizzCon, a few others, and it's always really incredible to feel the environment and the ambiance that goes into it if it's done well. And they did a really good job last year, and I really wish I could see this year's because I it I have a feeling it's gonna take it to another level.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Any other thoughts on the event map before we proceed with the presentations?
It is worth a note because they're fun to like poke at. All the different sponsors for this year.
Oh yeah.
So Versa Studios is Versa London Studios is a 3,500 square foot high spec studio facility located in West London. Um, it looks like it's both mocap and sound. Is that their neighbor? Is that what their neighbor is?
I thought this is the one that they were partnered with. Like they partly own it, like something like that. I forget how. I'm not sure how the agreement works, but
Um, didn't they say it was like next door though?
yeah, next door to the where their office is. Like
Yeah, it's not near a river though. And you're not gonna show me a freaking
I don't know what these are. Obviously, I know what Toby is because I have one right in front of my face, and then I know what
what?
VKB is because
All
I've
right.
got my gladiators on the way. I'm very excited. I need to figure out how I want to mount them, but I'm very excited to
All
get
right,
the
yeah,
gladiators.
okay. The map they just have is terrible. Yeah, that's they're next door. Yep,
Yeah.
that's the one that's next door to the CAG office. Let's see, where are the other ones? Where are we at?
Springfield's Department Enterprise City Department. That's just a weird like.
Yeah, um is that one thing or is it multiple things? I'm
Where head
working on it.
smash is my head smash endeavor.
It's in the mail. It was on back order. Let's see. We got Springfield's Twitter account. Oh, give me that. Springfield's a luxury shopping, dining, and leisure district in Manchester with a Paddington bench.
Interesting sponsors because like last year's were
Very
all
interesting
tech.
sponsors.
They're all tech and like gaming
Do
related
they?
peripherals and stuff like PCs and.
I mean, this is Bishop's Bengal, isn't it not?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but like Springfield's Department, Enterprise City, those all sound like shopping things in the immediate area. But then you've got Toby, VKB, and Scan. What did that say? Tech, Heart, and Soul. I wonder what that is. Do you know what that is?
um,
Scan.
right click and do lens, and then highlight it.
What?
Right click on the image,
Uh huh. I did.
do the bottom one,
Yep.
and then hit OK. There. Now draw. You move the corners till it is just the thing. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And then this first one should be it.
Why does it go to AMD?
Ooh, that's interesting. Why is this in Somali?
That doesn't make any sense.
Do. That is clothing,
What is?
not shot. Departments. At least that one's what I found.
Is Scan a
I don't know.
tech
There's a lot of
store?
department things that are the exact same font.
Hmm.
Let's see. What is scan? What is it? Scan. Scan S. Scan computers Ltd.
Oh, okay. That's probably why it's here, because it's looking at North America for me, and it would probably be a UK thing.
Oh, it's a hardware company.
Okay.
It's who did the computers last year?
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
it's a new
This
computer
is
company.
who built the computers for the, um,
They also
maybe for
don't
the
just do
sim pits,
consumer.
or
Yeah, these guys don't just do consumer hardware either. These guys like drones and freaking whole robotic systems using
wow.
lots of NVIDIA Elite stuff and entire warehouse setups with drones. Like the
They might
drones
be
that
the
move
ones
like
who put
cargo
like,
around.
all the cameras and the
Yeah, this
everything for recording
is
the event and
there's a gaming division, an audio division, a pro video division, pro graphics division.
oh, interesting. Well, cool.
Wow, this is I think this might be the B&H of the UK. I
Mhm.
think that's what this is. Just like they're way sleeker though, because B&H is like terrible graphics. Even though they're like a graphics and photography company. It's hilarious.
Well, let's hop into the schedule. So what we're gonna do is
Visual.
we're gonna take turns reading the descriptions for the presentations, and the person, I will read one, and Naz will respond with their thoughts first. And we have not talked. This is candid, essentially. And I don't think Naz watched Captain's Table on Saturday, so I don't
I
think
did
he
not.
can.
I haven't gotten back to that one yet.
So I'm going to be reacting to Nazaris's thoughts about the presentation after he gives them, just like you guys are reacting to it. Like we're watching it at the same time. Um, so venue opens at 9 a.m., which is 2 a.m. for me, and then the show begins. The stream begins at 10 a.m., which is 3 a.m. for me, and then the first presentation is at 4 a.m. for me, 11 a.m. UK time. Yeah, let's see. Can I move this around? Nope. Okay.
Just zoom in.
So the first presentation is titled "Brave New Worlds."
You can use control and mouse wheel in. You can
Oh
move
yeah,
it.
there we go. That's what I want.
There you go. No, Naz is he is not responsible for any opinions. That's not true.
Yeah.
I'm always responsible for my opinions because if I'm being an idiot, I deserve to be called out for it, as well as everyone else. But caveat to that statement: no one deserves their livelihood or life taken away for stupid words. Actions, however, full blown. Go ahead.
Naz is Naz has a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
Oh my god.
Okay,
That's a
so
great
first
skit. That was the
presentation.
best skit. I think that's like the best skit in history.
And the reason I wanted to start off reading this one is because Naz is the definitely the more technically minded of us. Back when the monthly reports had the engine part, Naz always read the engine, and so that's what this is about. And so I wanted to hear what Naz thought before I put in my 2 cents and make myself sound stupid. But I wanted to hear Naz's thoughts on this with you guys. So, Brave New Worlds, and if you remember, the first presentation last year was the Star Engine demo and everything that came after that. So, Brave New Worlds introducing Genesis, the innovative suite of technologies and processes within Star Engine that breathe new life into truly immersive worlds, achieving the fidelity and scale required to fill an entire universe.
Well, first off, I think they missed Star Worlds entirely. Um, I'm kind of upset. I'm kind of
Yeah,
upset.
lame.
Because we have more star names that come up later. I mean, I don't know. Star Fidelity, that would have been great. Um,
Star
but I think
immersion.
Star Immersion, yes, Star Immersion. I actually think Genesis is not new. I think Genesis is specifically, um,
Well,
well,
yeah, it was a
not
Crusader
specifically.
concept ship. It's been around forever.
No,
Duh.
it's not a ship. Even though Atlas, and Heartless are all things that can happen in the game. You can have an Atlas. You can have an Atlas on an Atlas that's using an Atlas. No, you can hold an Atlas with an Atlas inside. So much. All right. I actually don't know what size component the Atlas is. I think it's like, is it power plant? I think the Atlas is a power plant.
Yeah, the
Star
reason
Universe,
Star
Big
Citizen
Mist.
is taking so
Oh,
long
yeah.
is because Chris Roberts had a flying hover carrier a la the Avengers built, and that's where the studios actually are. That building actually comes out of the ground and transforms into a hover
The
carrier.
studios we see are actually instance versions. When they need to actually like convene meetings, they just like actually physicalize into the helicarrier.
Hmm. Yeah, helicarrier. Thank you.
We're so off in the bean woods. All right, no, I think Genesis is just the package deal of all of the location and planet tech that we've been seeing over the past 7 to 10, 11 years now. So Rastar's in there, the procedural planet tech's in there, and all the stuff they have been talking about that help them build worlds. Not just the ground themselves, not just the environments, not just the buildings, but the entire package. I also believe it's getting a little closer as like features, and they're kind of like making them work much more closely together to where they'll be able to basically push button get system and then go back and be able to have their artists like fix it up. I also think we'll be seeing new tools be added to it. Funnily enough, I didn't
Ooh.
even plan it. I still had my notes up here. Um, so I think they're gonna show a lot of basically what we already know. They're gonna show us how it's now Genesis and why it's not just planet tech and environmental tools. But I also think they're going to show exactly how Genesis helps build out the 80 plus systems. Not just we have tech, it makes stuff fast, but how it makes stuff fast.
Proof is in the
And
pudding.
how it's going to, yeah, and how it's going to get us to the 80 plus star systems under 100 years.
I
My
like
notes
it.
exactly.
I think it makes sense. So before we talk about before I give my thoughts in terms of new tools, what sort of new tools do you think we really like? Top two or three tools do you think they need to round out the suite? Because like you and I have talked about these things a lot.
Tools specifically, I'm not. I'll figure out when I get to it in my rant. But stuff they still need to do is not technically dynamic biomes, but more better placing of biomes, more diversity or density of biomes per planet. Because we have like
Hmm.
what, 4 right now or something?
Yeah, there's only like a handful that you can count them on two hands per planet, like how many
Yeah,
items there are.
yeah. There's very very few, and they want dozens. Um, Obviously we need a whole weather system that actually like can do fully dynamic weather and storms. We have like point 0.5 v point 0.5 of weather. Um, they said they want clouds to be more dynamic and to be able to congregate and disperse. Obviously we have building interiors and to fill out the entire interiors of locations, but we also have outposts and things of that nature. Um, but new tools other than like updates to current tools, I don't know. I'm not really sure if like what new tools, because like that's a very like backdoor
Nebulous
kind
question.
of thing. Yeah, yeah. Like you have to be in the office. You have to know what is the bottlenecks of time that they're working with,
Hmm.
and we haven't seen them yet.
And what other things do they want to create within the universe that they aren't already?
Right.
And like we've seen a lot of location and POI based stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but um, I think that the key, the part that differentiates this from what we've seen before, along with Cole, because you talked about bringing it all together, and I totally agree with that. Um, is the breathes new life bit. When we're talking about life, CIG has an amazing ability to create locations. These star systems with the asteroids and the planets and the moons and the points of interest, space stations and landing zones and settlements, outposts, DCs, all that stuff. But there's not much in the way of life to it.
Yep.
There's NPCs that are kind of rudimentary at locations, but they're not where they need to be, and we're just
Yep.
starting to get creatures, but there's a lot of life that is lacking, both like you talked about weather. That's part of what makes a environment feel alive is dynamic weather that feels like it fits instead of just wind and clouds. um, so I but I as we
But
were on the same sheet of music for like 80% of that. You were supposed to come out of left field with something. I'm like, oh man, I totally didn't think of that. No, but I think
I
you're
mean,
you're
was it Soul Singer?
who knows? Who knows if Soul Singer's in there?
Like
Yeah, I don't know.
so. I think Genesis is especially building, like starting the world. I think Soul Singer is post build. Soul
Hmm.
Singer, and I don't know. I looked over it. I didn't see a good place to put it, so I'm just gonna put it here. Soul Singer is the. I'm pretty sure this is my theory, my game theory. That Soul Singer is the NPC's ability to pick up on things happening in the world and be able to talk about them dynamically.
Let's see.
So it's basically a layer of conversation on all NPCs. What are you doing, Cat? All right. You want me to read the next one?
Well, I suck to give mine.
Oh, I thought that was yours. All right.
Nope, no. I got a little bit more. No, but I do agree. Like, I think you're spot on in terms of like this is like the tools coming together. Into the one ring tool. The one ring to bind them in the one ring of the darkness to bind them and control them. But like you always see them talking about how they're built. They brought the tool is now in engine. And so they don't have to work out of the engine and then bring it in. You know, they built these tools so that way all the work can be done in the engine, so it all just works, and there's no issues with importing things that causes so many dang problems.
It's hilarious that Star Citizen is making that it just works. Bethesda never could, but they said it all the time.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Like
put a
it
link in
works, but
chat.
it don't though.
So Naz and I actually did a podcast that kind of talks about this, called the Road to 100 Star Systems. We did a Spectrum Pulse on it a while back, because Naz and I have covered Rastar and the procedural locations tool, but we also looked at the tools that they use to make the gas clouds. So the filling the space with stuff that's interesting. They have tools for creating asteroid fields because that's out in space. We also know about the tools that they use to paint the planets and how it only takes them a matter of days to weeks to paint the surface of a planet with the biomes and everything on it.
Well, they can spend
Everything
like
on it in
an
terms
afternoon
of
on a
like
planet. They can get an entire
object.
system done
Yeah,
in like, at a basic level, like painting planets. They can get in a week.
yeah. And so everybody saw Genesis and like, oh, that's a Star Trek reference. Well, it is, kind of. It is a Star
Makes
Trek
sense.
reference. So it was Star Trek, the 171st episode. It was episode 19 of season
Where are you
7.
going with this? I know exactly where you're going with this.
But
Because I
so
saw the same thing.
yeah, and this is Picard and Data return from a short mission. I'm just reading the Wikipedia. To find the ship's crew degenerating into primitive creatures, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's a Star Trek reference." It's like, well, actually, it's also if and I'm not a religious person anymore, but I grew up in the church and I have read the entire Bible. I've read the entire Quran as well. It's just been a long time. But so in the book of Genesis, uh, Genesis 1, God created the world in 7 days. Uh, on the first day, he created light. On the second day, he created sky. Um, on the third day, the earth, seas, and vegetation. The fourth, the sun and the moon. The fifth, animals of the air and sea. And the sixth, land animals and humans. God rested from his work on the seventh day of creation, the Sabbath.
Yeah, I
So
don't know where you're going. I thought you were going where GQ is.
no, but like that's why I think that's why they. Oh yeah, and the terraforming tech was called Genesis in Wrath of
Yeah,
Khan. Yeah, and so
that's where I thought
it's
you were going.
but they use terraforming tech in order to create worlds. But I think I hate to say it, but I think the biblical reference is a bit more apt because it isn't just terraforming and creating a planet. It's
Hmm.
they we have the planet tech tools and stuff, but it's also breathing life into them, and that's what happened in the book of Genesis. And I'm not preaching because I'm not a fan of religion. It's not my thing.
Oh,
Um, you know, I went to the Middle East and had a bad experience with religion, so now I just don't. But I
no, that
remember
makes
it.
sense. No, yeah,
Yeah.
no, anyone has absolutely right.
um, so, but it's they
I
they're
live
they're
in
talking.
the South. They always have a bad time with religion.
Yeah, but this is
They're
exactly
also
what Naz was
very
just talking
religious.
about: is being able to bring all these tools together in order to create an entire star system with everything in it. Like we have in Stanton and then some, because we're not quite there.
Hmm.
In a unit of time that it isn't. Oh, it's going to take 100 years for them to get 100 star systems out, and it's like, well, no. How do they do it? Here's how: Genesis. And they've already been building the tools within the One Ring tool, and now they're able. Now they're going to show us how do they combine these tools into one thing that lets them, like remember when they talked about the procedural locations tool? It could do, it could create 80% of a space station or something like that, essentially with a click of a button in a matter of minutes. And then the artists come in and do the rest of the work behind them. Well, what if they can do that using Genesis for an entire star system with lore prompts? The narrative team comes in and says, we need a planet. That they come in with the Galactopedia entries for a star system, and it does 3/4 of the work and then they come in and they church it up with the fine tuning within the tools within the engine, and those tools not only do the locations, the planets and moons and all that, but they also are AI tools, and tools for creating weather. AI and not AI in terms of NPCs. Sorry, NPCs and life. Fauna, flora. How do we get it so that way you don't have to have artists hand creating all the bushes and plants, and trees, and moss, and how do they shorten the time to create new creatures and animate them and rig them up? Like essentially, how do they do what No Man's Sky does, but at Star Citizen levels of fidelity, and not like the extent that No Man's Sky does in terms of infinite procedural generation, but enough to get them to a production time where we can have this universe in a reasonable amount of time.
Yep.
So
And I've always hypothesized that because they're going to have to make this tech anyway, it will then enable us after we get the promised universe to have an expanded universe to where we can go where the map isn't laid yet, and to
there's
have exploration into new frontiers.
There's a
That's where
briefing
the endeavor is
film
for.
in the movie. It is almost word for word. Oh shit! We just got a raid from Papa Juggernaut with a party of 33.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks so much for the raid. Here, let's see.
I have no idea what Nolan's comment means. Hi everyone.
At Papa, whoop. Give a shout out to. Whoop, did I spell it wrong? There we go. Shout out to Papa Juggernaut. Thanks so much for the raid. Thanks for joining us this evening. Hope you guys will come and stick around. This is episode 76 of the Pathfinders podcast, and Naz and I are going through. We talked about the latest server meshing news, and now we're covering CitizenCon and what our expectations are. We took a look at the map, and now we're looking at the presentations and talking about what we expect for each one. Whoops. So I hope you'll come in and hang out and stick around for a minute. I've rated Papa Juggernaut, and he's rated me back. But if you're new to the stream, just to remind everybody that I keep no monetization for myself. So any and all sub money or ad money or anything like that, I donate in its entirety to stackup.org. To support veterans and combat PTSD and veteran suicide through the power of gaming and gaming communities. So you can see the link to my donor drive in chat, and you can put in / charity to learn, get a link to learn more about StackUp. But thanks for coming, and I hope you'll hang out and help me support a good cause. StackUp is awesome. I think it's a really good organization. It's been a pleasure working with them. I'm behind on the donor drive this year because had kids, but we're sticking with Stack Up, and I'm continuing my commitment to them. So I hope you guys will hang out and share your thoughts in chat. Naz and I love to hear them, love to hear the feedback. So I hope you'll be a part of the conversation as well. Papa Juggernaut, what were you doing this evening before we continue? How'd your stream go?
Teacher.
Oh, and I gave a shout out to Papa Juggernaut. So if you haven't followed them, go give them a follow. I know I do. Testing PTU. How'd that go? I played PTU last night. I did not have a good time.
Aw.
Newsflash, it's broken for me. Okay,
you're
in good company, buddy. Yeah. I was testing with a few people in the community last night, and we ran into a number of issues.
The new patch just dropped today, so.
Yeah, hopefully they've got more things fixed, and it's some things are working better, but apparently not everything, because here's Papa Juggernaut.
Yeah, I think
socially
it's so
confused.
funny.
You missed the server meshing updates. So we just went over Brave New Worlds for CitizenCon, and now we're going to be continuing on with our expectations.
I think it's funny that like a lot of people are having problems with the power MFD. What not like bug problems, but like design problems with the entire direction of the power MFD. But because people are still whining about the flight model, it's being drowned out. But all their problems is, oh, it's so hard to navigate, and it like I have to do stuff, and it's not like one button click everything. That's the point. Like that's the whole freaking point.
The
Is
point
you
is to
need
have
another
a person
person.
that does it. Yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, leave it in the standard configuration.
If you have to touch the MFDs anytime, anytime, if you have to touch the MFDs during combat, you've done it wrong, or
Yeah,
something's gone severely wrong.
yeah,
Before you
actually touch them.
launch,
It's one
yeah,
thing if you push the
before you,
keybind, but
right, right, right. Before you launch out of your ship, out of the station, out of the starport, you should already know what ship you're flying, where you're going, what you're doing, and you should set your ship accordingly. They've talked about this a lot. You should know how to tune your ship before going in, and then to be able to get there, to do the thing, and get back, do your repairs, and recalibrate your ship, go on to the next thing.
yep.
The power of bigger ships is the being able to do that in situ. So the stuff with like the constellations, the MSR, the Drake version, Corsair, all of those ships. I mean, even the Cutlass has multiple people. The freelancers have multiple people. All of those ships now have the ability to, while in a problem, solve the problem instead of being able to have to pilot, to gun, and to power manage and shield manage. Hey, look,
Hmm.
4 seats. Freelancer actually has makes sense now.
I
So
don't. I play in SC. I don't plan in SC.
yeah, that's a lot
Yeah,
of people and a
the
lot
fan
of people
base
are
will
going to
adapt. But if you have
yeah.
a co-pilot seat, that's what the co-pilot's for. Congratulations, the co-pilot finally has something to do, and it makes a difference. Like,
Hmm.
what
Not
happens when
playing
you
an
put
SC
more power
is
into weapons? Things
not
happen.
playing an
Like,
SC. Not planning an SC is a lot like not playing in Tarkov or not playing in Minecraft. Like it works for a lot of people. You just won't be able to get in the same scenarios, especially the same heat of the people who do plan, or even Eve. Like you can't go into an entire war in Eve if you haven't planned. You can go and blow stuff up, and you can get into like scuffles and even major fights. But unless you're planning your logistics, you just won't be able to do that caliber of stuff. Which
yeah,
is it's fine. Like that is absolutely fine. If you don't want to plan, if you don't like planning, it's absolutely
um,
fine. Like Star Citizen's so big, there is solo, there is small
and
org, big
it isn't
org, million
mandatory.
people
Your ship
orgs.
will still fly and fight. It could just fly or fight or whatever a little bit better if you had, if you had somebody in at the engineering station in the co-pilot seat managing that stuff. It isn't,
Hmm.
people act like, oh well, I have to multi-crew now and now I can't use my multi. No, I was flying the Zeus ES the other, last night by myself, and it still flew and it still shot and it's still, still the gun still shot and it did all the things, you know. But if you have another person, it's this is what's called a force multiplier.
Hmm.
Yeah. Let's continue on with the CitizenCon expectations because we're at almost 2.5 hours already. So,
Oh wow.
social universe, Naz.
It's the people you meet and the bonds you form that truly bring the verse to life. Dive into how we're evolving social features to maximize your adventures. From personal one on one interactions to massive gatherings with hundreds, even thousands of players.
Okay, so I made my notes for Captain's Table on Saturday with Paul, and so I'm reading from those notes. I'm using those to remind myself what I was thinking. So I went through each panel's description and I snagged a couple keywords to help sort of like
Hmm.
clue me into what to expect. The first keyword, the keywords that I got out of this one were the bonds, um, as well as one-on-one interactions to massive gatherings. So when it comes to bonds, I thought they were maybe referring to like the next evolution of the reputation system,
Hmm.
especially how like we only have reputation for NPC factions essentially, and for the longest time, we don't have the ability to rate other players if we interact with other players, and you know, give them review for their services and such. And so I think that we're going to see they're going to demonstrate the next evolution of the reputation system, so that way we can rate other players, for services and stuff, and so that way you have player to player reputation, and you can see, is this person just someone who's trustworthy and is playing the game to interact with other people, or are they someone who's a griefer? The two extremes. Um, and Yeah, but that's what my thought was in regards to the bonds. Now it could be so simple as just like, you're interacting with somebody and now you've created a bond. Naz and I have a bond now because we've been doing the podcast for 2.5 years. But I think that that's a subtle nod towards an in-game system that we already have, and but hasn't really grown that much and doesn't cover everything that it needs to within the game. The one-on-one interactions to massive gatherings, I was thinking this is a nod to party and org tools, the permission systems and roles, and the ability to exchange stuff, like we've been wanting for so long. And if you remember the Road to Release presentation from 2018, one of the last things on the Road to Release is
Before
org
4.0.
tools.
It was before the 4.0 in 2017.
What do you mean before the 4.0? This is
In
just the Road to
2017,
Release. 2018.
Yeah, on the Road to Release in 2018, the red stage, org tools were before server meshing in 4.0.
I don't remember if they had a date on it. They just were talking about things that they needed on the way to release. It didn't have patches and dates on it. Oh, you can watch it again, but
Yeah,
it was just one of the things that
I
they
just
said
went back through it.
they need before release. But the other thing that minimize the wrong thing. Was we have instance hangers now. Personal hangers are instance, non-personal hangers are instance. They're all instance. And I was thinking, they talked, and as you mentioned this earlier, where they said that they, now they have the instancing tech in, they can use it for other things. I was thinking that a great use of that would be instance gathering locations for orgs and parties to do stuff, not just your hangar, but meeting locations, anything that they could create to have an org meetup, or plan an operation, or get everybody together to exchange goods and supplies to get everything ready, and then you go out into the verse and do your thing. Or if you're just like instance locations for social events, we can use our guild javelins. But if you think about like the Chairman's Club, it's only accessible to the Chairman's Club people. But what if those there were locations like that, but it could be owned by your org, your org clubhouse, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That would be, for a lot of people, I think that would be really fun to have in game, to not only be able to use, but also to customize, to personalize for your org. Yeah, a guild hall. There you go. Yeah, exactly. So, when they talk, but that's hundreds to even thousands of players. When they say scale like that, I have a feeling that there's more to it than the social features. But they also have been mentioning in the monthly reports the social backend and updating that. So there's going to be a lot of in-game communication tools and taking that to the next level. So I think that's what they're referring to. What are your thoughts? Ooh, an org treehouse. Now I want that. I want to. Where's Space Endor so we can have an Ewok treehouse?
So, as far as tinfoil hats go, this one's pretty thin. Because
thanks, Papa Juggernaut.
I
like
Benoit said org stuff coming at a later future event. this year.
Oh,
Like he said that on ICRS scale this year.
oh, there, there you go.
So that's just what this is. No, I do think this is talk about Org 2.0. This is talk about not only what they want to get in soon, but I think the theme of CitizenCon, other than a Bengal, is now, soon, and complete. What we're gonna get soon, what we're gonna get
Hmm.
midterm, and specifically what the final version of X thing's going to be. And so during a social universe, they're gonna say, "Hey, we know we're here. We're gonna put these things in. These are the stuff we're working on now, and this is what we want Org 2.0 or Org 4.0, or the finished org system to do.
Yeah.
These are all the features we want it to do, and this is how we're gonna these are the like tools we're gonna give you to do so."
Socially confused. Don't threaten me with a good time. An org asteroid base. Ooh,
That's a
heavy
trap.
breathing.
Um, I
It's a
also think,
trap.
like you said, this is. I also think it's player to player rep
Hmm.
and being integrated into the game better.
Yeah, because I mean that's a legacy system with the little stars and stuff or the beacons. Like,
Yeah, the
oh
beacon
man, that needs to be.
system is well, the beacon system already ripped out. The
Yeah.
new mission system has already ripped out the beacon system. Beacon system is now functionally rewritten in
Hmm.
4.0. So already done.
Yeah. So we need the ability to, with generating player to player contracts to be able to rate said player, rate and review.
Yeah. Social confused. I am sorry. Star Wars bases are not in Star Citizen. The IP is too expensive. You'll have to go to Star Wars Galaxies.
And for my 4-man smuggling group, it doesn't have to be a big asteroid. It can be a small rock. It can be a nice cozy rock for you and your 4 friends. Yeah, it doesn't have to be 100 kilometers or something like that. You can have your own
Honestly,
private
a
space
great
piece
place
of space
for an
dust.
asteroid base. A great place for an asteroid base is the asteroid cluster right outside the Pyro Jump Point.
Yeah.
That is such a good location for that,
Hmm.
especially if you want to play both Pyro and Stanton.
Um,
Oh boy.
any other thoughts on social universe?
No, it's pretty cut and dry. Like it's um, Benoit said, "Hey, you might
Yeah.
want to see a specific event for org stuff," and also like it for me, these the definitions here are pretty obvious.
Some things are very clear, but there's always like every year they do this and they're like a part of it is like, oh yeah, that was clear, we expected that, and other there's,
Yeah.
but it's always the, but wait, there's more, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah.
that would not have been my fifth guess, and I can see how that connects to that, but that is not what is on my
Yeah.
that wasn't on my bingo card for that,
Hmm.
those keywords,
But
that
also,
description.
yeah, with Jared watching the community and saying, "Hey, all your expectations are true." It's kind of like, well,
Hmm. um this year I am looking forward to watching the cosplay competition. I took the time during the cosplay competition last year to go and get something to eat and not piss myself. But I love seeing the cosplayers get creative. Like, I've been to Dragon Con, I've been to BlizzCon. Like, I love seeing
it's
what people can
probably
create.
too late for them to think of it. I would love to see an Atlas. I've
Oh
seen
man.
like big suits like that at like Comic Cons and
Hmm.
things. I'd love to see someone do an Atlas for a
Yeah, that would be
cosplay.
really
For a
short
season cosplay.
notice, but next year,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm surprised no one's done that yet because we've had the Titan suit concept art for ages. But that is a big
Well, those things
undertaking for
aren't
sure.
so. A lot of the current people who do cosplay, not all, but a lot of them, are very much clothing-based costumes, and they're very much
Hmm.
like sewing and stuff like that. Very few that I've seen so far are engineering level um, costumes, like uh, Adam Savage level costumes. And I think that's just time. I think as we expand the community and we'll find more and more people who like cosplay and we'll find more and more engineers and people who, the Venn diagram of engineers and cosplayers.
Hmm.
Um, I think we'll see bigger and better costumes as we go.
Yeah. Um, okay, so you read that one, so I'm reading Dress to Kill, right? Yeah.
Assuming we're skipping over competition, yeah.
Yep. Dress to Kill. From high fashion to dynamic function, discover Starwear,
And
which
they
sounds
missed
like
Star World. How?
which sounds like Starware, WARE, like
Yeah.
software. Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
and discover Starware and exciting new character-focused specializations that let you define your identity and take on the challenges ahead, including the return of a legendary friend from CitizenCon's past.
Okay, we're going to ignore that last bit because we're going to rant about that several minutes. Um, but for the rest of it, I do think that this is going to be mostly a repeat of the first panel, not the features, but the concept. I believe Starwear is a unification of the clothing and armor system. This is the way that we will able to put guns and clothing and armor and clothing and everything works freaking together. This is
Mm-hmm.
where we get the ability to put on pouches and to do all the kind of mismatchy stuff that we've been wanting to do. Starwear is the evolution of the port/slash clothing system for our characters. They've been talking about this for a while, and they've been talking about how they're not happy with the current port character system. This is the solution.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure. Um, and high fashion, a freaking I hope this also defines how much faster they can get clothing in the game. That was a big part of last year's CitizenCon was, look, a feature, we can now do it 10 times faster. Look, a feature, it's now 10 times faster. I hope this carries over to this panel. Because we've seen hundreds of freaking clothing panels. Or at least individual clothing sets. And we have like maybe 50% of what we've seen in the game. And I know that's mostly a shop problem. We don't have enough shops to actually like put the merchandise because that's a whole location thing, and not gonna rant about that right now. Um, but we do have screens, and we can way overpack the screens than what we can see physically.
Oh yeah.
I know I have a lot of fellow I want fun clothing people in like Meyer and Buster. Like I'm gonna stand over there with them. Like ignoring combat, ignoring armor because it's armor. If it looks cool, great, but it's there to stop bullets. Or more importantly, when you get run over by your friend because they're driving and they don't know how to stop and stupid thief. It's fine. Or hit you with a car container. Anyway, but specifically clothing and being able to actually build nice, like I don't know what you want. I don't want to call them loadouts, but like outfits. There we go, outfits.
Outfits. Mm-hmm.
Um, there is a shocking lack. Like there is a single dress in the game. One. It is worn by an NBC and it's not viable anywhere. It is owned by the Omega Pro at New Babbage counter clerk or receptionist or whatever they're actually called because they're not cashiers. Um, Crafting we'll talk about later. Um, but also, we'll talk about crafting later. I'm not gonna go on that rant right now. But I really like how they have this very open system where it's like, hey, it's just clothing. You pick your body type, and it's just clothing, and most of the stuff just works. But I also want the very like stereotypical dresses and suits. Like having the nice in the middle kind of clothing is not as unique as it could be because we don't have the um contrast with the this is a suit, this is a dress kind of thing. If we had the full spectrum, each choice would make more sense. Even if again they don't lock it to body type, obviously, but if we had that kind of the cuts of the clothing, the nicer looking dresses, the sharper suits and things, we have this kind of like I forget what the word is, but this kind of like gray middle zone where nothing's really I'm just gonna use the word interesting to look at. And then like a lot of their stuff is like really weird. We have a lot of like really weird dressy things in the game. And we're missing a lot of like the standard clothing options you would just like see around. But yes, long story long, Starware is the unification of armor and clothing, and this is going to be a panel on again how they can show us how we're going to unify the thing, what's coming now, what's coming in the near future, and what the entire clothing system and how they're going to make us able to buy hundreds of thousands of clothing and maybe even store them.
It would be really nice to have this demonstrate like the closets and suit lockers, and have those be functional and be able to hang up your gear. Like, hey, it's now physicalized, and when you take it off, it doesn't turn into a box.
Yeah.
In this new system, and we're
Mhm.
starting in Q1 2025, we're going to be converting everything to the new system, and the goal is for by the end of 2025 to have everything converted over, so that way it's all physicalized at work. You can hang it up in your locker. You can put your load out and just push, and push a button, and your entire kit goes into your suit locker, and then
Which was
you're able
also
to
like,
put your clothes
yeah.
on, and go fly your ship. Yeah.
And that's been like teased forever, but also like very recently in the Twitter video for the pre-release of 324, the last like 2 seconds was an outpost with suit lockers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Um, and what was the other thing you said? Being able to switch clothing. Something. There was something else that I wanted to say.
Oh, well, the other thing I was talking about is, and you kind of hinted at it with the item port system, is we have
Wording
this,
stuff. Yeah.
this dated item port system, but it doesn't do anything it doesn't modify anything.
Hmm.
And they've said for years that eventually your suits and armor will use the resource network system. And
Yep.
so I think that you're spot on in that it's a unification of these things, but it's also going to change the system to allow for those item ports to have modifiers, just like any other MMO, you know,
Yep.
but that you have essentially subcomponents for your suits and armor that you can have some customization on. Your suit has more EVA fuel or stronger EVA thrusters, or has a larger life support capacity. Um, the um, maybe an auto revive kit that you attach to an item
Ooh,
port, so that
that'd
way
be
you get
cool.
downed and it hits you with a med pen. There's so many different things that they could do for customization, and
Hmm.
that's also how you where
That
they
would be
talked
like
about.
fellow players like dream.
Hmm. Well, and then the specialization. They've been talking about the specialist armor sets and
Hmm.
stuff, and they talked
Hmm.
about those in. They showed off a bunch of concept art, CitizenCon years ago, and having each one of those things not only look different but have different types of item ports and different numbers of them, just like ships.
Yep.
This ship is the same size as this ship, but this one has two cooler slots and this one has three. This one has two power plants. This one has one. Vice versa. This one takes medium. Has two mediums. This one has a large. Um, and that's how you differentiate. You not only allow for the where to go, define your identity, but
Hmm.
also character focus, specialization, and dynamic function, because that
Yep.
that stat you buy it off the rack, and these are its stats, but then you modify these different things with that, the item port 2.0 that you're talking about, and that's where
Hmm.
you get the dynamic function. And the other thing I was thinking about is the dynamic function is like you talked about. They showed us the pouches last year,
Yep.
but taking it beyond pouches with clothing, you know um, your holster, so you can carry a gun.
Hmm.
um, things that you can you can attach certain things to clothing items. Not you can wear a freaking backpack. Like, it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
attached to a suit of armor. Like,
That's
your
that's one of the big
your
things I
satchel.
want is
you know
is street clothes and backpack.
Yeah, street
Not
clothes
Batman's
that
utility
have
belt, because Batman
function.
and freaking 007 have the same problem, and that they have every tool they ever needed for every outing.
Yeah,
That is not how
but
Star Citizen works. There's
street
what
clothes
is
with
it?
function. Your suits and armors have dynamic function. You know, it lets you customize your identity, but also take on the challenges ahead. So I
Yeah.
think
So
that not only
specialization
that, but they might
that lets you
demonstrate.
find your identity and take on the challenge ahead. You need to specialize to take on the challenge ahead.
Hmm. And I bet you they will demonstrate a handful of ways in which, hey, we've changed this, and now look what we can do. That's what I want to see. So that way people
We
aren't
have
like,
the multi-tool.
no, that's
They've been
dumb.
nerfing the
Yeah,
multi-tool all year.
good, good. Do
Like
it.
they have it's I don't use a multi-tool. If I'm doing cargo, if I can avoid it, I do not use the multi-tool. We
The only
haven't
thing
used it
I,
for medical since the stupid medical gun came out. I don't use it for cargo since the industrial tractor beam came out. When we have mining and salvage, I won't use it for those two things. The
it
multi-tool is the
it will make
worst because it does all of them.
yeah, it will make sense if you want to be very utilitarian. But you know, like if you plan ahead, like
Hmm.
if you're not planning ahead, you'll just take one with all the attachments and you'll be like, well, I can do a lot of stuff, you know, because I don't know what to expect. But like for
You
me, you
fail
know,
to
with my zero
plan,
to
you plan to
hero,
fail.
yeah, you know, with my zero to hero, like when they when they give me a two-handed hand mining tool, I
Hmm.
won't carry the multi-tool around for my zero to heroes to go do a cave investigation mission. I'll carry
Hmm.
the mining tool, you know, and but at the same time, then I won't be able to tractor anything. So you know, it depends on what you know. You are limiting yourself by not having the flexibility, but you don't have all the you know um, all the function. So
Yeah.
you know, specialization is a good thing, but having some diversity also doesn't you know there's
Yeah.
trade-offs, you know,
But
and
the
that's a
multi-tool
choice.
is the last line of defense, not the first.
Yeah,
Multi-tools are free. Are they free? Where are they
well
free?
they won't be free. They're you can loot them like crazy. Um,
Oh,
yeah, but they won't be
well,
free.
that's not free.
And
That's stealing. That's
yeah,
different.
and you know the other uh you know, and then we've already got batteries in charge and drain coming. So
Yep.
so
4O is a lot bigger
the
than a lot of people think.
yeah. So I before I say anything, including the return of a legendary friend from
Mhm.
CitizenCon's past.
Now, no freaking leaks. If you have leaks, no talking about it.
Oh, I don't know anything about any leaks for that.
I'm just saying. If anyone knows anything, stop. Now, this was uh I mean me and Tomato came up with it at the same time. Um, but Tomato was actually on the show, so he technically wins for timing. Um, Miles Eckhart is the only name I could come up with.
Oh, okay.
That is
But
the literally the only name.
Miles was Gamescom.
No, gosh dang it! You're right.
It was a
Well, there
Gamescom
goes that idea.
presentation.
Okay, what do you got?
So Goki, I originally thought I was like, okay, the sandworm, but how would the sandworm fit into Dress to Kill?
Exactly. That's what me and Space Girl were talking about. Like that. Yeah, but no, we're not
Unless the
doing.
challenge is, ride the worm Shai Hulud, the ride Shai Hulud, um, you know, I don't, I that would be a long stretch. And I was trying to think of characters that they could use to demonstrate this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like I couldn't think like any characters that were shown off at CitizenCon where this would really show off. The only thing that I was kind of thinking on was oh
Exactly.
gosh, what's her face? Recco Battaglia was one of my first thoughts because she was shown off at a CitizenCon,
That also
and
leads into cybernetics, which we haven't talked about because we've been talking about clothing and armor. We
well,
haven't talked about
cybernetics
cybernetics.
is isn't Recco. It's oh
But
gosh,
technically, it had a leg.
no, no, it's not Recco. Reko's the mining chick in Nyx, which is part of the
Yeah,
reason I was thinking about it.
she had a fake leg.
She has a cybernetic leg.
Yes, that was her whole shtick. Like, hey, I've been in these mines since like I was
Oh, I
12.
don't remember that
Like,
at all. Oh, I mean
it's like,
that could be
no,
it. Maybe
Silas is
that's
not
it.
showing up. No Silas.
But so,
Star.
but she's also from Nyx, and she's in Squadron
Uh,
42.
she is?
Yeah. Yep. Look it up
Interesting.
on the wiki. So I'm like, well, we're going to be talking about Squadron 42, and we're going to be talking about Nyx. Almost guarantee it.
How do you spell her name?
RECCOBATTAGLIA. Yeah. But the other thing I thought about, and
I
this
don't
one
think
was
I
a
can.
bit of a stretch, and I didn't come up with this. I got to give credit to Darginator, and Ball's Discord, one
Ah,
of his mods, is the OMC Mountain. The guy, we're from OMC. We belong to Sal Khan, or however you say his name.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Um,
The guy they had to like
yeah,
rebuild.
played by
um,
Craig Fairbrass. What if it was him to show off that they've gotten the whole different heights and builds tech to work?
Ooh,
It's a long
that'd
shot,
be
but that would
cool.
totally
Yeah,
fit with the panel, right?
that would. I think that is
I
the
feel
long
like
shot
he's
of all long shots
yeah. I feel
because
like
they
he's
had to
pretty
like retarget.
legendary
Yeah,
because like
they
he's
had to
a
target. They'd like retarget a ton of cinematics because of his height.
mm-hmm,
So if they were able to work that back into just the character system itself,
mm-hmm.
that would be really big.
Not only can you get tattoos and piercings and makeup and hair and beards, but we can also let you change your build. Because when you load into the character creator, do you start off in the zoomed in face view?
No, you
No, you
pick
get
body
to
type
pick
first.
your body type. What if you picked your body type and
Mm.
then you got to customize your body and then your face? Huh? I don't know. It's a long shot, but it could fit. The other thing I was thinking of is previous panels about characters and armor and stuff. Who was like the lead character concept artist? Who is a close friend of Jared? What
All
if
right, say that sentence
Jeremiah?
again. I wasn't there.
What if Jeremiah Lee came back to Star Citizen and he was at
Oh,
CitizenCon?
you're thinking like more real people then.
Yeah, real people. A legendary friend from CitizenCon's past. When they did this panel years ago, he was one of the lead. With all the remember when Richard Tyrer was talking about all the different armor
Hmm.
archetypes.
Hmm.
He was on that panel.
What did he go to do? Do
He
you know?
went to no, I don't. I don't remember the top of my head. I used to know, but now I don't.
Hmm.
I don't know.
We'll come
That's
back
my
to
other
you.
thought.
We'll probably update that in Discord later then. Because if like he finished that project, like no way like CIG's gonna be like nah. Like
Yeah.
talent is talent, and he knows the project. He's a golden hire
Mm-hmm.
because he left to do something else he wanted to do, and CIG is not afraid to let go of devs to have them fulfill things they want to
Yeah.
go do.
And CIG has a
Person who
long ways
did
to
the
go with this stuff.
yeah the people Sarah
Sarah McCullough.
McCullough. She left to go work on her favorite series of all time, the Wipeout racing series. Like
Mm-hmm.
even on her personal stream, she was building Wipeout ships. Um, there was another person. I don't know if it was Riot Games or Blizzard. They wanted to go work on their IPs, and they got to go work on their IPs. Um, was it John Crew that made a book? Who made a
Paul
book?
Jones.
No, Paul Jones. Paul Jones wrote a book. Like
Paul Jones wrote a book,
CIG
and he also went to work for Ubisoft Montreal.
CIG
Yikes.
loves uplifting their artists and developers to let them fulfill their dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Ubisoft Montreal, like, so that's a really good explanation, or not explanation, but a really good, I guess, explanation is gonna have to work there. For companies are bad, not the people.
Yeah.
There are
Well,
lots of good
not even the
people
company.
and lots of bad dev or
The
bad
yeah,
studios.
the leadership, the corporate leadership, and the venture capitalists who pull the strings.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolute scum.
Like that is why I will never be sad about hearing a big studio having a bad day. Um, I do feel for the people who get let go all the time. Obviously, that is not something that you can take lightly. For me, I know what it's like to be out of a job for way much longer than you want it to be. Um, but also the stories that come back from, hey, these guys lost their job too. These guys decided to start their own game company with all their friends and are now able to make games that are much smaller in scale but much more heartfelt. I wish people would do that sooner. And I know it's risky. I know it's very risky. Um,
It's hard when
I
you got
that's
bills
why
to pay.
yeah. That's why I like companies. Was it Hooded Horse? Is it?
Yeah,
They're
hooded
basically just
horse.
like you're an indie studio. I'm gonna throw you money. You build a game, hey?
Yep, we will support you.
I love companies like that.
Kedron, I don't know
They
the
don't.
names of anyone personally who went to Atlas. We just know that a handful of devs went to Atlas, and
Star
then
Atlas.
Atlas, yeah, Star Atlas, and then within the year, Atlas laid off like 70+% of their staff. So, yeah,
Dev who made MSR Concept. That was Sue McCullum,
yeah,
and she went to Wipeout.
yeah. Star
She
Atlas is
did.
still around,
Yeah, she
kind of.
did. No, it is. It's going well. Um, the MSR and the Pisces, two of my favorite ships. Well, the Pisces is one of my favorite ships. The original MSR is one of my favorite ships.
Let's keep going with the presentations because we still got a ways to go.
Also, isn't that what Coffee Stain Studio? Isn't that also? Isn't that was Coffee Stain Studio? I don't. Coffee Stain has a lot of in-house stuff. They make Goat Simulator and Satisfactory. I don't know if they chuck money at um, other studios.
Yeah, other
If
projects.
you want to call Star Atlas a scam, then you want to call Star Citizen a scam because Star Atlas is currently at the birthplace that Star Citizen was. Don't call it a scam until they do something bad with it.
I just don't like NFTs.
Yeah, no. If you don't like blockchain stuff, you don't like anything stuff, valid. Judge it
Yeah.
on that, not on they're trying a new tech. They're using tech that people use for scams. Don't judge it on what other people have done with it. Judge it what it is.
Yeah. Well, and like there's a sorry sidetrack, but there's like another new game that is like blockchain. Oh gosh, I was just looking at the trailer and the trailer looked pretty cool, but then I was like, oh, it's blockchain. Yep, not even gonna go near it. And it's a
Yeah.
FPS like looter shooter. Oh gosh, I'm sure someone knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, all
I
right,
heard from artists
off the grid.
specifically,
Yep, there you go.
NFTs
Yep.
are work for what they were intended to be used for, which is making sure that the independent artist is getting paid when you're buying and selling their art. I've heard from artists themselves. Don't judge stuff based on the worst case scenario.
There's just a lot of them.
Games based on new buzzword tech get scammed a lot. Anyone does it. Any tech will have scam games made off it. That's like saying every driver is, you know, a serial killer because this one guy drove into a crowd. It's not how that works. Anyway, moving on.
Yep. I think your turn to read.
Yes, Beyond Pyro, the best Pyro. The fantastic reaches beyond Stanton and Pyro. Join us as we explore the exciting new frontiers of the Star Citizen's persistent universe.
So, keywords for this are fantastic reaches and new frontiers to me. So I think when they're talking about fantastic reaches, new frontiers, I think this is pretty straightforward. They're telling us about the systems that are coming up next. But
Mm-hmm.
just like they did last year, where they showed us the Star Engine demo, and then they showed us a bunch of the stuff that they showed in the Star Engine demo in other pieces, like you saw Star Cloth and Star Hair and Maelstrom and other things getting used in different presentations. um, I think we're going to see little clips within the Star Engine demo that relate to the Beyond Pyro presentation, and
Yeah.
they're going to show us some of the early work that they've done. It'll be polished and look good, but it'll be like, oh yeah, we've done 5% of this system, or,
I
or
I
or
don't.
this particular aspect of it.
I think
Um,
you and Tomato are kind of on the same lines. With like a lot of high level, lots more concept art, and showing that side of stuff.
oh yeah, I do think that there's. So I think this is going to be a presentation that comes in like phases, and they'll talk about. They're not going to show like all the, or they'll either do it where they'll have a demo at the front, and they'll show a
Hmm.
couple of systems that they're working on, and then they'll do the presentation with concept art, with lore. um, like we've had, the Pyro got a little bit of a retcon, not a lot, just a little bit of a retcon in order to make it work with the game that developed after it was first concepted. The lore was
I
first
mean, it's
concepted,
not a
and so
barren wasteland that
yeah,
nothing can inhabit and nothing to do.
yeah, it's
But that
still
would have been so fun. That's what Todd Howard said. Boring is
yeah,
fun.
we have landable planets. But I do think that there's going to be some in-engine demonstrations of different locations within different star systems that they've already started work on. Early preliminary work, it'll be polished and look good, but it's just going to be the limited bit that they've done, and then they're going to follow it up with, okay, here's what you need to know about these systems. We're going to tell you more about Nyx. We're going to tell you more about Odin. We're going to tell you more about Castra, Magnus, or whatever. Um, you know, uh, and not just the system itself, but like they've been telling us all about the pyro gangs. So we're going to hear
Hmm.
about factions and people. We're going to hear about some of the story. We're going to hear about locations. We're going to hear about flora and fauna and stuff. They're going to flesh out these systems for us on stage, verbally and with concept art, after giving us a teaser. But they're going to show us the teaser in the context of, we just showed you in the engine what with our engine demo with Genesis, what we're capable of. Here's what we're going to build with it in these systems, but it's going to be the systems that, this is how we get to the whatever the magic number of 5 to 10 is at release, for 1.0.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I have the exact opposite view. So
Whoa.
I
See,
think
this is
I
what,
know this is.
when this happens, it's good. This is what happened. It's really good
So
because
I
he's going to
think
say
this
things
is
that I'm
going to
going to be like,
be.
oh shit.
I think this is the hey. Now that we have Genesis, here's the next three systems we're working on. Here's them in engine. Here's where we're at with all three of them. It's only an hour talk, so we're not going to get a whole bunch. So Nyx, Terra, maybe Magnus, maybe whatever that third one that no one knows what it is, Castro, whatever. But also the systems for Squadron are done. They could show those. So Vega, Odin, that kind of stuff. I think this is an in-engine. This is a where we're at with the stuff that we talked about that we can do with Genesis. So on that, I'm with you. But I think this is not going to be concept art of planets. This is going to be, here's your next system. Here's your next one. This is the show it or shut up.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, I think they're going to show some, but I think they're going to follow it up
yeah.
with more information. Like, this is the panel that Dave Haddock and Will Weisbaum will get to weigh in on in order to explain, you know, what just like we've had them explain the lore of Pyro and the factions, and like they're going to need to come on and explain, because everybody's like, oh well, People's Alliance of Levski, that's
Mhm.
it. That's all we know about Nyx.
Yeah.
in reality. They've hinted at the Moraine, but they said that there are other gangs and that we'll learn about them, other in groups, and we'll learn about them when we get later on. Well, here's a perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. No, you're right.
in an hour they can't go into too much depth, which is why I think they're going to keep it limited to a handful of systems. But if it's 3 systems that they are saying going to commit to building in the next 2 years, and now we're gonna
I think this is going to be the systems that are coming in next year.
ooh, swinging for the fences. All right,
And
yeah,
yes,
we'll
there's
have
an
to
S
see.
on the end of systems.
There's a what?
There's an S on the end of systems. I think this is going to be
Uh-huh.
the systems that are coming in next year.
Yeah,
And I think we're going to see where they're at with Nyx and where they're at with Terra, because I will hold on to Terra until they tell me not Terra. Um,
I think Terra is a 1.0 release system, like the crown
the
jewel.
reason I don't is because I started with Terra. Before Stanton, there was Terra.
Mm-hmm.
Terra was the system that the random dev decided to go home on his freaking weekend and develop entire seed generation tech.
And
And
then it all got thrown out.
it's how we have our corp now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and they also did a lot of work, a lot of 3D work on Terra, um, the Terra Prime Tower.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that Terra is a much sooner than later system. I also am very
With
biased because Terra is my
yeah,
home.
Terra
But
Prime has 3 landing zones, and there are more than one. There's Terra Prime, and it's Gen, I think, is the other major populated planet, but there's like 3 habitable planets. But Gen has more than one landing zone, and Terra Prime has 3 that we know of.
so how do you make a good hauling route? You need 3 things. What do you think they are?
Supply, demand.
And manufacturing.
Mm-hmm.
So you need somewhere to mine the resources. There's no more resources than Stanton. That's basically all panning for gold. Um, but we have a manufacturing facility. That's basically all of Stanton is manufacturing. So we also need a place to
A
consume
market.
these goods. Hera. That's what I think. That's what I think. Um, the fulfillment of Terra is mass consumption of products,
Mm-hmm.
not manufacturing. So we'll have to see. I'll see you in a week.
What's a good? Yeah, we're gonna find out. I hope that they're gonna swing big and demonstrate big with Genesis,
Yep.
because obviously we
Like we also.
well and well so the if we were just talking about server meshing earlier in the show.
Hmm.
Neither of us think it's going to take them long to get to dynamic V1, whatever
Yep.
that looks like. Neither of us think it will take them long to get that far, but dynamic V1 with only 2 systems still means small shards,
Hmm.
relatively small shards. And you still run into a problem of concentration because you only have 2 systems. And if you only have 2 systems, but you've got 10,000 people on a shard, you're going to have issues with concentration that even dynamic server meshing and Vulkan and everything else can't handle. So, but if they can get dynamic V1 and multiple systems out, so that way we have a 10,000 player shard across 5 systems, or 5 or so systems, in a matter of a year, like that makes dynamic a lot more feasible. So something to think about.
Ah.
Um,
So Star Citizen is apparently ranked 13 of 140 MMOs.
um,
So apparently there are 66,000 daily active players. I only say this because like
where does that come from?
MMO population.
Yeah, I don't trust the data for that at all.
Why?
Whatever their source is, I don't buy it.
Why?
Well, because what was it, a year or two ago, they said they set a record for most daily active users was 100,000 during Invictus launch week.
Uh huh.
Paul went through the sourcing on MMO Pop a week ago. Like they have weird algorithms that come up with numbers and it's not
Oh,
validated
it
at
is
all.
okay.
But then like the average
Interesting.
daily users was like, I don't know, like 30,000 or something. Like I don't think that it's doubled in a year or two. But I mean, I'm sure we're have a pretty decent population. But when Star Citizen goes to 4.0 and then beyond, like the climb that we saw in 2021 to 2022 is gonna pick back up, especially with Squadron getting a whole lot of press and everything. Um, and so they're gonna need, if they want to have bigger shards, we're gonna need more systems to fit all the people in, because otherwise you're gonna run into a lot of concentration
This one says
and
around
friction between people and
25,
tech.
and this one says
Yeah,
60.
we're gonna have people wanting to gather, but if people can easily gather in numbers that overwhelm your systems and the way the game works, you're going to have issues. So they'll have to
I mean,
artificially limit the shard count until they have more more dispersion. Because that's the thing. If Xeno threat pops off, but it's only going off for a couple hours or something like that. Because that's the thing is right now, with the events we have now, they last for a long time for testing. It's not meant to do that. It's meant to,
yeah.
oh, this event's going on, but well, it's 5 systems away, so there's no point in me going after it. You have to be in the right place at the right time.
And as I
Um,
love mentioning every time we mention dynamic events, is they're dynamic. They will eventually, hopefully soon, stop telling us about them.
yeah.
They will stop being giant pseudo threat is attacking on the comm link.
Yep.
They will happen in game, and you have to be in game on that shard to
Hmm.
see that thing happen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they'll announce it outside of game, but it won't be like there'll be some sort of app or something on the website to, but it won't be we're gonna let you know on Monday that it's running on Thursday at 9
Right.
p.m. Eastern.
They are dynamic, not static events.
Yep, and they're very much static right now. Um, yeah, I didn't have anything else. Gib Castra, um, the next great star system. Okay, so moving on, redacted, but it's
What could this be? Oh
what could this be?
no!
But the venue closes at 9. The show ends at 8. So there's an hour from when the show ends to when the venue closes. Everybody has to leave. So you've got 2.5 hours of redacted. What are you expecting within that 2.5 hour time frame for redacted?
And we've been talking about this all year. This is the
Mm-hmm.
Squadron panel, and I expect a release date. Like
What are they just going to repeat that for 2 hours? Come on, give me more.
Oh my gosh, there's supposed to be a vertical slice. They already told us they're working on new vertical slice. We're gonna see new shiny stuff. Um, I think Zelani's going. So we might hear more awesome music. Um,
More bagpipes, Gib.
maybe we get maybe we get a Luke
Yeah,
Skywalker on stage.
yeah. Dell said
Maybe
release when? What's your expectation? What are you anticipating for the release date?
6 months after CitizenCon, so Invictus next year.
It's a lot more than 6 months, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah, close enough.
Mm-hmm.
I think so, no game releases in a vacuum. Like they don't just like we're gonna release that. There's a reason they pick the dates they release on. So Invictus is a thing for Star Citizen. They already have the hype machine ready for Invictus. So piggyback on that with the Squadron stuff, so it just elevates the two.
Yep, and that's
Jericho Gill,
you know
Octavian, why not both? I
mid-May,
haven't
so
heard
that's like
gosh
eight
darn
months.
crap about
October,
Henry
November.
Cavill and like talking about um Squadron 42. Like, I don't know if it's just not his thing. I've just not
7
heard him
months.
talk about it at all. But it's definitely Handel's thing. And he loves the crap out of it. He says so at least once a year.
Mm-hmm.
So
If they have a
it,
demo that's playable at the show floor, then they'll have a demo that's playable by us.
yes.
Like, there's no way they're gonna only let the people who went to the event play the demo, and not people,
If they
you
have
know, who
if
didn't.
they have a playable demo, it will be to everyone who owns the game
Yep.
and attendees. So if you want it and you don't attend, you have to buy the game. I think
But
that's
yeah,
how that's gonna
they
work.
yeah they'd have to scrub the crap out of it, but they'll have done that if they did it.
Oh my
Holy
gosh.
shit! It's like the second stream in a row. Levanji fan with the raid, 148 people. He said the other day that like he got raided, so he's passing it on. Who is raiding you with these big numbers? You must have some friends. Holy crap! Okay, hold on. Shout out. Shout out.
Hello, everyone.
Shout
We're
out to
discussing currently what we think
Levan
is going to happen
G-Fan.
during the obviously Squadron 42 panel, the current redacted panel in the schedule. Once Tree gets past all the
There we go.
necessities of
Let's
reacting to a raid, he
go.
has a whole
Yeah.
spiel he's going to go into to tell you what he does with the stream.
um, well, and a lot of Levanchi fans, people have been in here before because he has been so kind in rating me multiple times in the last month. So I really appreciate the support. Thanks so much, buddy. I hope you had a great stream. What were you guys up to in your stream? Do you getting it any fun, or what have you been up to? It says you were playing Star Citizen, but what specifically were you up to? I'd love to hear about it. Naz and I are doing the Pathfinders podcast. We do this a couple times a month, covering the more PTU testing. I hope it was kinder to you than it was to me yesterday. And Papa Juggernaut rated us earlier, and he said he was having a rough go of it. So, crashing, the only thing to do in SC, servers or ships or both. Why stop at one?
Was it?
um, but yeah, really appreciate the raid, everybody. If you're already here, go give Levanji fan a follow. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Send them support. All about sharing the love around here. Everybody who just arrived, just a reminder: if you're new to the podcast, new to my streams, I keep no monetization for myself. I don't add anything, all monetization to charity, specifically to StackUp.org. And which is all about connecting veterans and members of the military with video games and video game communities, to combat PTSD and veteran and military suicide. So I think it's a very worthy cause. I'm a veteran and a member of the Army National Guard. So I hope you'll hang out with us, watch a few ads, suffer through them with everybody else, or if you really like the content and you have caught a couple of my streams, maybe you'll consider subbing because that money gets donated as well. So thanks for coming and hanging out with us. We're essentially almost halfway through the CitizenCon panels. We're talking about what our expectations on based off of our experience from following the development of Star Citizen and Squadron 42 in detail, because that's what we do here on the Pathfinders. The monthly reports, the roadmap updates, we do deep dives into feature and tech development. And this is what Nazeris and I do in our sleep, apparently. So, and we always raid at the end of the show. So once we get done, we'll pass the love on to somebody else. So if you have any recommendations, I'd love to hear it. So Naz and I were just talking about the redacted panel, Squadron 42, and Naz just gave his thoughts. So yeah, obviously, what is it? Redacted. It's definitely Squadron.
Also,
It's
if I
yeah.
may, since we
Go
are
for it.
getting rated, I would also like to plug my at least CitizenCon
Oh yeah,
stream.
yes, please, yeah.
All right.
Yes,
So for CitizenCon, I do at least these past 2 years. That's been 2 days. I do a 48-hour stream. So I will be starting at 2 o'clock in the morning, Saturday EST, and I'll be going till Monday morning at 2 o'clock EST. And yes, I do work on Monday. Thanks for asking. Um, But we will be streaming for the entire 48. Yes, I'll still be getting sleep because not sleeping is not healthy and could be damaging to both your psyche and your health. So don't do that. I have a wonderful panel of co-hosts. Some of them do streaming, some of them do videos, some don't do either. Being Ender, Mick, who is the most active person in my org, the Nova Forge Industries. Also Foray, who also streams mostly. Well, he used to stream. I don't know if he currently does. But we'll be. I think I said Ender already. He streams kind of wildly, but very fun people. We'll be talking basically the entire time. There'll be discussions both before and after each set of panels. They will be talking during it because why show up to somebody watching the show if not to hear what they want to think? Not to hear what they think. We also have special guests, including Tree, on after the close of. Starting off with Tree, we also have Smithy Joe Bob. He's a racer and runs Omega Racing organization parties and things. We also have possibly Paul Shelley from the Astro Pub. Then we have the Space Coder, Space Tomato, and Griffin Gaming. And we'll see what they thought about the program, and that will be after the discussions after day 2.
Part of the crew,
So lots of fun
man.
things.
Part of the
lots
crew,
things we
part of
had.
the ship.
And I hope you all can tune in. I think Tree's going to be there for some of it as he watches it out the corner of his eye.
Yep, I will be. I'll have Naz up on one, and we'll be heckling him in chat, and then I'll have the stream up on the other screen. So, Gladiatorian, thanks so much for the follow. Yes, yeah. So go check out Naz's stream this weekend. Stop by, say hi, tell him your thoughts about the different panels. We want to hear about your reactions because
More data.
every opinion and every perspective is a data point that we can collate. And something Naz and I always talk about this. If I missed it, Naz picked up on it. If we missed it, then someone else did, and that's why we enjoy the interaction here in chat. And because it's all about more sharing of information to have better understanding as a community about what's going on and manage expectations and be better informed.
Yep. And the more we know, the better we are as people.
Mm-hmm. The
Like,
more
if we can understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we have the ability to understand, especially specifically the opposing opinion, then it makes us better people. And I very much love the whole personal growth kind of whole kick. So love hearing, especially contrary opinions. There we go.
Speaking of Squadron 42, I'm not going to be understanding of the opinions of the Van Duel. I'm just going to kill them. They're trying to eat my children.
No. I realized something talking with Space Coder. You know how not all the houses are attacking the UE? There's a possibility. There's a Vandal house that doesn't care to attack the humans.
Could be. Yeah. They might not.
And our way in.
They might not like the taste of us.
And our way. Well, so I think it's more of a human shoot alien. This be our land.
That's my pet.
That was the problem that they had with this house specifically is this Vandal house is about collecting resources. Humans said, "This is my land, none shall take of it." And so they were at odds instantaneously. They had to be. The Banu didn't do that. The Banu don't really care. They said, "You want this land? Make us deal. We won't shoot you. Fair enough. Have a nice day." And it doesn't matter. They have peaceful relations with the Vandal. Probably stringent, but peaceful.
I think the Banu just don't taste good.
So I think the way to friendly Vandal is going to the Sulis of the Banu and like saying, "Hey, we want to learn how you Vandal." And going in that
how
way.
you handle the Van Duel. Hey, Victor, good to see you, buddy.
I want to see that storyline in the future. Is friendly Vandal. Maybe specifically a faction, like one single faction, so they can use Vandal for bad guys elsewhere. But a single faction with very limited territories and very limited pull in the Coliseum of Vandal.
Mm-hmm. So my expectations for the Squadron 42 panel, like obviously I think we're getting a release date. I agree. I think it's going to be Invictus launch week next year. I think they're going to be like, hey, it's content complete. We're finishing up the polishing. We're in internal beta. We're starting the ad campaign now. The ad campaign goes for 6 to 9 months. That's how they do things. I think we're finally here. But so the venue closes at 9, but the event ends at 8, an hour earlier. So you've got 2.5 hours of Squadron 42. And if you know anything about Squadron 42, you might know that there's 3 like core components to it. Almost gameplay modules. Hey, General Horsch, thank you for the follow.
No,
Part of the ship.
never do
Part
that.
of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship.
Content creators would die
Oh,
if they did that.
um,
Nobody wants, like, CCs do not want exclusive content. Okay, every single one I've talked do not want
I
exclusive
would be
content.
okay with exclusive content.
Okay,
But I would
see?
consider myself a content creator. Like,
Oh, you make content creators. You
I
have
know,
like
but
3 podcasts and you do like
I don't do it
Where's my
professionally.
LHD videos.
Yeah.
But I know Mike doesn't want it. Paul, I think, has said he hasn't want it. Tomato obviously says he doesn't want it. CCs do get free ships to give out. I'm not calling that exclusive content because that is specifically a free thing that CIG can give out as many ships as they want because it's free to them. So they're giving a free thing to CCs because it's free.
I don't think of myself as a content creator because it's not my job. I don't do this to pay the bills. I do this for fun. Yeah.
Well, that's a very interesting definition of content creator because even people who don't like it for sure is being able to do it as a job is just a different like tier of content creation. Like independent content creation is very important. Like you are in a very important list. Specifically, people who don't rely on it have a very different perspective than people who do.
Yeah, this is indie content creation.
They don't have to turn out video after video. They don't have to do that. They don't have to do this. It is very. It has a different purpose than people who are professionals or professionals for the sake of paying the water bill.
Oh yeah,
and the internet.
and we Naz and I put in a lot of effort to making the information that we put out valuable and interesting, but it's like it's like taking pride in any other hobby. Like if you like painting minis, and you take pride in your artwork of painting your minis. Well, that's what this is. Like, I take pride in being able to look up information and collate it and talk about it with friends and present it to people. And
the demos won't be going to Etsy creators. Now that's an idea that still a lot of people would hate, but that's an idea. Sending Squadron demos to outside community creators, especially the Halo community.
I don't think that CIG is going to snub the community and only if they do a demo and they have they'll either have a demo that's playable at CitizenCon that we are able to download and play and it's heavily scrubbed, or they won't have a demo that's playable at CitizenCon and there won't be anything going out to anyone. I
agree. I agree. If it's not available to those within, it won't be available to those outside. But if they do it within, they could also send it. So for those who
I
know
could see them
Hightail,
reaching out
not
to
going
specific
explain
people.
What Hightail is, but it's another game. Hightail also recently got in contact with a lot of big streamers, including Thor Pirate Software, and gave them access or gave them future access to an alpha. So that is definitely a tactic, and that is actually a really good tactic, especially the current internet. I really like that idea. The problem I see with that is CIG modern enough? That's the problem, because that's what I don't know about. They haven't been very modern with their choices of how they do things.
I think the content of the panel, like if you know about Squadron 42, is there's 3 modules. There's the FPS module, the flight combat flight combat module and the social module.
Yep.
And I think they're going to very much highlight those within the demos, in order to, and they're going to show it at different intervals throughout the campaign, things that aren't very spoilery, that like maybe give you a little teaser but don't spoil the story. But I don't think it'll only be chapter 1, because they've been talking about
Well, we've seen more than chapter 1 already, so
yeah, but they've been, when they talked about vertical slices and stuff, it hasn't just been vertical slice of chapter 1 when they reference it. They've talked about
Right.
vertical slices and demos and stuff,
a
for
slice
other
of the
aspects.
entire game to show you the depth and breadth of the entire game.
Yeah, not just limited to the social aspects of chapter 1 and the flight and the FPS combat. Like, they'll have sprinklings from all of it. I do hope that they learned from some of the feedback, critique that Starfield got for their big, like, 45-minute demo thing that they did, where it was so many very short clips strung together that it wasn't very contextual. I hope that the clips are longer, and because not only will they be like social module thing, but it'll be, here's social module, but it's going to demonstrate this, and this that we've worked on, that we've talked about, that we've been, you know, you know, developed and such. And it won't just be, walking and talking to show you how good their facial capture is. It'll show you their facial capture, their animations, how their AI navigate, how they react to situations, all this sort of stuff. They'll highlight
It won't
it.
be as janky as the last briefing room was, where they like going in and out of conversation to show you the conversation thing working. Like, that was good for the briefing room, because that's what that's there for, is to show you the tech and to show you the work on it. Also, the return of the briefing room this year.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that's happening. But it's, even with all that though, 2.5 hours is a big time slot to fill. So I feel like there's going to be non-gameplay related stuff that goes on. I just, it's hard to, like, maybe they have some celebrities up there and the celebrities talk about it. There's a lot that they can do in 2.5 hours. That's a huge time. Yeah, a huge time sink. So
Meet and greet will be in
do.
the lounge.
Yeah,
not on stage, but a Q&A panel maybe.
Yeah, yep. So yeah, that's we're only a few days away. It's gonna be really interesting to see. But it's like, thinking about
2
that,
more days of work,
with how long these panels are, and how long they were last year, and it's like, oh my god, 2.5 hours is an eternity. When it comes to, if you were just going to do a gameplay demo, like, an hour of gameplay is a lot. The Starfield gameplay demo was 45 minutes. So what do they do for 2.5 hours? We'll see. I don't know.
Lots of tears. I imagine lots of tears.
Yeah.
Whose turn is it to read?
Let me look at the sheet. Hold on. I forgot.
That's right. You made the sheet this time. You get to decide.
I read Redacted, so I asked you first for that one because I just gave mine. So now you're reading Crafting Your Home, and I'm starting.
Awesome. I like this because I get to talk first for the next one. Crafting Your Home. Explore the fundamentals of crafting and base building, including how they combine to enable new opportunities for players and ultimately create the future of life among the stars.
And see, this is really apt because I'm the primary homemaker in my home now. After the week after CitizenCon, I dropped down to part-time at my full-time job, so it's just part-time
homemaker. Haha, base building.
But dad joke. Hello.
That's great.
So if you came into the stream with Levangie fan, we've been the way I've been going through this is I go through the description. I find the sort of key descriptive words that CIG uses to, like, sprinkle breadcrumbs to clue us into what they're talking about. So the key words that I got for Crafting Your Home were fundamentals. Keywords / phrases. Fundamentals, how they combine to enable new opportunities for players, and life amongst the stars. So when they say fundamentals, I think they're going to demonstrate, and they've been working on base building and crafting since Q1 this year.
Mhm.
That's not a terribly
Now,
long time.
there is two different possibilities for that. One is a lot more done than the other, but I think that one's also more true. Possibility one, they had basic idea of the direction they wanted to go for base building, and they fleshed out the design starting Q1.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what they did. Option two, they designed base building, and that's what they showed at CitizenCon, and they started production of it in Q1.
Yeah.
If they
But
start
even so,
production in Q1, there's definitely a possibility of an MVP of base building.
I don't think that's even possible. And because it's October
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't start in January of Q1.
I
It
know.
started like April, it started like March, April. So we're looking at 6 months. Like I understand CIG can get a lot done in 6 months, but I think that we're going to get a you know they might have worked up a demo to be a little bit more art than what they actually have to have us visualize it, but I think they're going to show us what the basics of the process of you take this resource and this resource and this resource and you put it in here, and these machines, whatever they are, create a hab module or something like that, um, for base building, or you put it into this 3D printer, that's the size of a person, and this is how you make a usable item, or some sort of material or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just the basics of how the gameplay works, because it's the fundamentals, not the explore the finer details of crafting and base building. No, explore the fundamentals of it. And so it's just going to be like your sort of tutorial of how these gameplay systems are going to work. And it's not going to be super flashy, but it's going to, it's going to be cool to see that it's working. And okay, we've got it working, and now we're doing art for it, but we're building the tech, because it all this runs off the resource system. Like that's why the system and engineering came first, because the tech under the hood that makes this work is the same. It's all a holistic system. Resources go in and result comes out. So the where'd my notes go? How they combine to enable new opportunities for players. So we talked about the social universe from the social universe panel, and we talked about reputation and all that. I think that they are going to talk about and demonstrate how, whoops, wrong thing. How they combine to enable new opportunities for players. I think they're going to demonstrate how you can use how this can combine with player generated contracts. So, I need to generate. I need 10 SCU of titanium, so that way I can build my hab module. Please deliver here. Someone shows up, they offload it, and now you can use it. Here's your money. I give you 5 stars. To me, that's a way that it could create a new opportunity. On top, I think the vanilla answer is okay. Now you can create your own ammunition, your own bullets, your own med pens. You can build a hab that you can log out in, with a med bed in it to get healed in, and suit lockers to store your stuff. Those are opportunities, but I think that's too on the nose. I think there's going to be more to it. But then the life amongst the stars is it's not just living amongst the stars, but what do you need to sustain life amongst the stars? So obviously
Farming.
we talked about
Endeavor.
we talked about resource network and management, and you're going to need resources to sustain your base, for life support, and you're going to need, food and water and all that. But, um, how do you create the goods, and what services do you provide in order to create life, create the future of life, create a to allow for you to live amongst the stars, not back in civilization, not in the curated environments of Stanton or Terra, but
Right back.
out in the sandbox environments. Um, so that's my thoughts on crafting your home. I don't think that the gameplay is going to be as far along as people hope it is. Um, I think we're going to, I think that's getting into the next one, but like I don't think it's as far along as people hope it is, because it's here. I'm gonna pull up a progress checker window.
Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship.
Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Who was that? Ravi West. Really appreciate it. So, crafting being worked on by the core gameplay team. We don't know how much in terms of resources, in terms of people, but obviously, like, the work goes, well into 2020. This means that it doesn't stop in December. This means that the work is scheduled to continue well into 2025. We don't know when the end date is. And it didn't, crafting started in January, but then base building started in February. So the locations team is working on, like, the art for the locations. Core gameplay team is working on it. Like, they've been working on it, but when has a core gameplay feature gotten done in less than a year? In essentially 2 quarters. It's a huge feature with a, not only the tech to make it work, and the UI, the prop art, all that stuff. It's a lot to build. I think they'll be able to demonstrate a white box / gray box version of it, and couple that with concept art to show us, hey, this is where we're going with the UI. Here are the modules. Like, remember when they did we talked about that character armor panel with Jeremiah Lee and Richard Tyler years ago? I think they'll be able to show off, like, here are the archetypes of modules we want to build at different sizes, and here's some concept art of what the different, um, how would you say, like, what it looks like, the um, colonialism versus whatever, because some people are going to want the sort of high tech futuristic looking modules, and some people are going to want to look the more rustic versions and such. I think
Beams.
they're going to yeah I think they're going to show us that alongside the tech working in engine, just in a not this isn't going to this is them going to say, hey, we've got the tech working, we're working on the art for it now. um, and uh, and the this will be next year, because we're this far along, we're busting our asses on it. We've got another quarter in 2024. We're targeting summer next year, something like that.
Yep. Ah, yes, that will make people happy. Summer next year.
I know. And CIG will be like, what are you talking about? And, well, but it's a feature, and it's a feature that's built on tech that CIG is releasing with 4.0. and they also have all these teams, all these people that are back focused on PU features, not squadron, not shared features between the two. And so I think that they can take a feature the size of base building and crafting, because it's two things. The same they're both built on the same tech, but it's there's a lot of other work that goes into that. But I think that they can turn that around and get something that big out in a year and a half, to really give us a huge expansion to the possibilities within the game. What are your thoughts about crafting your home?
So let's see. Where's my list? So I specifically wrote down
No
in-game
capes.
look at crafting and base building. And like I said earlier, this is the now, soon, and later, I think is the theme. So this is the where we're at, where it's gonna drop, where the first version is gonna drop, and this is the vision. So I think they're gonna show, much like you said, they're gonna show. I think they're gonna show base building, like a base being built, like played demo in the game.
Yep.
At what art fidelity? I think will actually be quite high. I think the what they'll show on screen is all they have as far as the art, but I think those will be the gold standard arts.
Yeah. The
'Cause
hard
we
part is
saw
they need to
that.
make sure that they communicate, that they don't miscommunicate and have people be like, "Oh, look, it's almost done." It's like, whoa, no,
Right.
that's one small section of it that they
Yeah.
mocked up to make to give you a good visual demo, because that's
Yeah,
the
I
part is
think.
people will see the clip without the commentary
Mhm.
and then be like, you know,
Yeah.
and then
So
CIG
I
lied.
right. I think we'll see them build a base in game, and it will be at the fidelity of the bit we saw in the um Twitter video. Um, and they're going to talk a little bit more about how crafting actually works, crafting ships question mark, like basically answering all the stuff that the community came up with after they said
Yeah,
crafting question mark.
we got more out of base building from that panel than we did with crafting. Crafting they really glossed over, so there's a lot to talk about with crafting. They
Yeah.
talked a lot about, not a lot, but they covered the the meat and potatoes of base building, and oh yeah, crafting.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Crafting's a thing. Craft ships. Right.
Yeah.
And I want them to talk more about the blueprint system. And I'm hoping it's more like I thought, which is if you craft it, it will be at a lower quality, or you have to pay through the nose for these per use chips. Like if you want to build a bearing P8 AR, then you need to pay us, you know, way more than a P8 AR is worth, but you can craft it wherever you want.
Yeah.
And so that way, that one, you can't just game the system and build OP stuff out in the field and just have it, and it just basically breaks the already built balance of whatever.
Yeah. You can build a limited number way out here in Oberon,
Right.
rather
Right.
than having them shipped out here, or but yeah, it's going to cost you. You have to have the resources, and that makes
Yeah,
sense.
you have to have the resources, and you have to be able to front the cost. As long as players can't operate outside of the global economy, I'm fine with crafting. Right, and everything has to lead back into the global economy. The problem is when there's crafting and there's players, there's always a player economy. There always will be. And we have unique items already as far as like sub items. There's already a player economy. And they will function next to each other. There's no way not to. Much like there's no way to stop players from using Discord instead of in-game chat. There's just no way to do it. Except for like hacking their computer and shutting off external communications, which is not okay. So I think this is going to be an in-game showcase of base building, a look-see crafting this is where the first version is going to hit, and this is the planned big idea. And I think what we're going to be seeing for both crafting and base building.
Cool. I like it. All right. Now the ship panel, the one that everybody, zeroes into when it's like, no, what about all this other stuff? That's so important. So, captains of industry. Uncover the ships and ground vehicles that will serve as your primary tools for base building in the verse. Revisit a classic and more.
Those who can't read between the lines, this is the ship panel.
Yeah.
It seems to have a focus on base building.
Yeah.
And whatever that classic is, please tell me it's a redesign of Constellation, please.
Yeah, I definitely think it's weighted.
But also, this is going to tell us this might be the launch of the Zeus MR or the ST, because that's what they did. Well, that's what they released a ship like the Cutter Scout, was it? Which one did they announce that was flyable at CitizenCon last year?
Oh, yeah, the Scout. Right?
Okay. Yeah. So they took a ship that we already had and said, hey, here's another. So we might get another Zeus out of it. Might not. Who knows? But we do know that because of the month reports, that they will be announcing another series of ships. So they did this Spirit 2 years ago. Last year they did the Zeus. This year we're gonna get hopefully another medium ship around the same idea. Hopefully it's from Consolidated Outland because they need it. But we have been seeing a lot of MISC stuff as well. So we'll have to see who it's by. Augur also doesn't have a lot of normal vehicles. They have no normal vehicles. I don't know if they're gonna make a normal vehicle for MISC. But any cargo ship from MISC that's not the raft will be nice. I don't know why I just don't like it. Primary tools for base building. I don't know. I think we'll see production versions of some of the stuff they showed. I don't think we're not getting the Pioneer. I don't think we're getting anywhere near the Pioneer. And the Galaxy is just about to go into production after they actually wrap up the Polaris, so we're not seeing that. So we got the Atlas and the Lawnmower to go. Also drones, so we can see where that is.
Yeah. Well, when he says Atlas, he's talking about the one that we saw at CitizenCon that's being towed by the Atlas chassis, the Anvil Atlas chassis vehicle.
Yeah, not the Anvil tractor beam thing. Sorry. Yeah. So there's a trailer add-on to. I want to say it's like the Ballista or something, but somewhere along the lines, there is a trailer to one of the Atlas chassis, which is Ballista, Spartan, Centurion. Will we be able to modularly remove the turret and put on the trailer? Don't know. Still waiting on it. This will probably be where they say what exactly we do. We know that base building is built by drones, and you use vehicles with drones to base build. So probably get more in depth on that, and maybe even get a behind the scenes, not behind the scenes, but an update to where drones actually are in coming.
Yeah.
But as they always do, we'll see what ships they'll announce a couple flyable ships, they'll announce a couple concept ships, and they'll show you the next year of ships. So the here, the soon, and the later.
And I think with drones, I think I think it was early first quarter 2022 in the Squadron 42 monthly reports, they talked about how they developed the system for controlling a crane remotely. Mm-hmm. And that was the tech that they were going to use to control drones. So they built the tech for controlling the drones. I think during the Crafting Your Home presentation, we're going to see them showing off the almost developer UI of controlling the drones. Mm-hmm. And we'll have a good-looking drone model flying around. Everybody's going to lose their mind. Hooray, drone gameplay. And then we'll see more of that, in the Captains of Industry panel. This vehicle has drones. This vehicle has drones. This one has drones and does this, something like that. Because we had that the lawnmower thing, the John Deere push lawnmower thing,
which is a surveyor technically.
Mm-hmm.
but I still don't buy it as just a surveyor and not as some form of help for laying down a base sort of thing.
Yeah, it has some kind of function. We just don't know what yet. I think that sort of white box model thing that we saw being pulled by the Atlas chassis, I think that is a joint venture between Anvil and Argo. My two favorite vehicle manufacturers got together and made a baby, and I'm so happy for the happy couple. But I think they're going to talk about all those things, how they work. They're going to say that they're in production or going into production. Like the Galaxy is going into production. I wouldn't be surprised if the Galaxy is in production right now, and we just haven't been told about it.
Yeah. So I forget where it was. I know we went over it in a previous talk. White box people are white box people or developers are white box developers. They do not white box then gray box then final art. That's not how the ship pipeline works anymore. So when a white box team is done, they move on to the next white box, and they've already laid out the plan for the next 3 big RSI ships. It's Polaris, Galaxy, Perseus. So if the white box is done and has been done for the Polaris, they've already moved on to the Galaxy.
Or other
So
ships. Yeah.
Nope, it's the Galaxy. They already said it's the Galaxy. Don't even take this
No.
away from me.
No, I'm just saying
so
that
by this point,
the people might be working on other things until they're ready to start on the Galaxy. Yeah.
So at
we
this
don't
point,
know
we
that
should
they'll
be seeing
start immediately.
well, they could also white box it and then be done with it and then move on to other things. While they just let it sit till the other teams are done.
Well, remember what they showed us of the Polaris last year?
White box.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So we'll see a white box Galaxy this year. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. A white box Galaxy to show us, and then I think they're going to show us the concept of the base building module, because they just alluded to it last year, right? Last year. But they didn't show us concept art of it.
They alluded to it when they sold the Galaxy the first time.
Yeah, that wasn't last year. It was the year before, wasn't it? 2 years ago, right?
Whenever the concept sale was for the Galaxy, that's when it was.
I think they're going to show that, and they're going to say it's going to be for sale at IAE or whatever. I also, so for revisit a classic, that might tie into the first part, because I think they might like give us an update on the Pioneer. Like, here's how the Pioneer, kind of like what they did for the band. Like, remember what they did for the BMM? Like, hey, here's the BMM white box. This is how it's changed from the original concept.
Yeah.
Or
like, hey, base building is not what we thought it was. Here's how we're going to update the Pioneer to fit how base building is.
Exactly. Yeah. That I could see that. I could see the Constellation. I think the Constellation part might make more people happier. I would prefer the Constellation update, even though I think the Pioneer update probably needs to happen anyway. But 6.5 dozen. The other thing that they could do is revisit the classic. Could be that new series of ships, but it's a different ship from lore, like the Zeus was from lore. Because that's technically a classic, just an old ship, from the lore. And more, I think, is
the Jupiter.
Yeah, who knows? There's a lot of things that they could talk about, a lot. But the other, and I think we're gonna get the orange background with the silhouettes thing. For here's everything that we intend to deliver, in the next, year. Year or so.
This time with a grain of salt, because we know that we didn't get the Legionnaire.
Yeah, I want my Legionnaire. God damn it, John Crew! I want my Legionnaire so it can be the dropship that goes in my Polaris, and I can use it to go explore the asteroid bases in Pyro. That's all that I want.
I wanted the hacking that came along with it. So like, I am in the same boat. Like
I need Naz to be in my Legionnaire to go hack my way into the asteroid base, so I can go grabby hands everything that got left behind there. Yeah.
Which side rant for just a second. Grab Hands is in game. It's been in game for a long, long, long time. It's how you pick up and place objects. What it is. It's not the ladder system. It's not EVA. It's just picking up an item and being able to place it down in a specific orientation. That's all it is. Go watch the original demo of Grabby Hands. It's freaking all it is.
It's very simple. Yep. The fact that it still works relatively well is
I don't remember who
compared
said
to everything
it, but
else. It's
said,
legacy.
like 12 years later, we still have Grabby Hands. We don't. Game. We've been using it. People decorate their hangar for hours over this last patch with Grabby Hands and tractor beams, but with Grabby Hands.
All right, last panel. Let's do this. It's already midnight my time, so it's 2 a.m. your time.
Yeah, it is. And I am in amazing amounts of pain. The stars, my destination. Star Citizen 1.0. PvP. PvE. Non-combat. What type of game is Star Citizen? If you want answers, join us as we outline a high-level overview of Star Citizen 1.0 and what our intentions are for our epic shared universe.
This is the thing that I have my concerns about. Because...
Oh?
Yeah. So venue closes at 2:30. The event is over at 1:30. So they've got an hour and a half.
Okay.
Richard Tyrer and Chris Roberts with an hour and a
Oh
half.
no, it's a Rich Tyler talk.
Yes.
Crap. Remember the last Rich Tyler talk? It was like 3 hours.
So they have been planning this for a long time.
I hope they have Jared up there like, hey, next topic, come on.
Yeah. It needs to be structured. It needs to be a presentation, not just a chat. They can't just come in there and close up CitizenCon with an hour and a half of talking with their hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Especially because
enjoy.
people got somewhere to be afterwards, being the international sphere event. Like,
we
you can't hold
be.
people.
We're not at that point in the project anymore where, it's just a bunch of words and and ideas. What type of game is Star Citizen? Yes.
And I think this will be more Tyra than Chris. Because
he's the something direct the game director, right? Or
I
is that what
think
his title
I
is?
think he's just the game director now.
Yeah.
I think there's another word in there, but basically Chris has handed him the reins, as he did for Squadron, to finish Star Citizen.
Yeah, to get it to the 1.0 release.
Right. And to talk and like what kind of game is Star Citizen? I imagine that is specifically targeted at people that talk about that exact question. And there are misconceptions. Like, there are misconceptions about everything about Star Citizen's future. Yep. And we all have them because we don't know. We have our hopes and our dreams. We have, whether they're based on stretch goals or based on monthly reports, we all have what we think it is. This is to collapse everyone's dreams into reality.
Yeah.
This is going to piss everyone off for the next year.
There's going to be a lot of people that are upset about it. Because there's a lot of people that just do not follow the development of Star Citizen and have nothing but headcanon to run on.
And just didn't get on the same wavelength as Chris. Not a difficult thing to be. Not on the same wavelength as Chris. Like, that's a thing that happens. And another raid.
Hey, Zyron. Good to see you. Axis, Zyron.
Hello.
Same name. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Here, let's give a shout out to Axis. Shout out to
some people, including big names. Absolutely. This is to finally say, hey, this is Star Citizen. This is what kind of game it is. This is the kind of experience we're looking for. Whether that is hardcore COD, it's not. FPS with Microsoft Flight Sim flight controls, it's not. Or is it just enough skill in FPS, just enough skill in flight to make a casual MMO level game. Again, I could be wrong here in what I'm saying. But this is the panel to finally tell everyone this is how the game will progress. This is the project we're building.
Yeah. We outline a high level overview. This is going to be high level. I expect some video clips to demonstrate what they're talking about.
Yep.
But it's also going to be, this is going to be a talk. They're going to have some clips and some images, to talk over, and some slides to present. If you remember the Road to Release presentation, it's going to be it's going to be that, but with more pomp and circumstance, but also more visual meat to sink your teeth into, to help have people like actually be able to
And they're going to
grasp what
say
they're
all
saying.
this on the basis of Squadron's announcement. Because this is not going to be an answer to the call 2016. It's not going to be a 4.0 at the end of 2022. This is, we finished Squadron. Now watch us finish Star Citizen. This is where we're going.
And there's a reason this is at the end here, because if you've got crafting and base building, you've got your org features, and more character customization, org features, more character customization. You've got the systems, that are beyond Pyro, and you've got the technology to build the universe. That's why all this is leading. This is all the stuff that they're doing to get us to 1.0. This is what's
not
left.
a 5-year plan.
Yeah, we're not going to see CitizenCon 2950 or 2955 next year, and it's not going to be, hey, we're adding more things to the plan.
We're going to start hearing about 1.1 pretty soon here.
Well, but this is going to include this stuff, and then we need to take medical to tier 1, tier 2. We need to expand this, because it's not going to be just these things. There are things that we already have in game that are not at the point they need to be for a 1.0, and so they're going to talk about those as well. But it's there's a lot of people who are going to be upset about the scope of 1.0 and saying, well, what about this? And it's like, no, that's not a 1.0 thing. That's a post 1.0 thing. Zara just said the Hope class is not 1.0. Endeavor's not 1.0. You're the Pioneer for base building. I would not be surprised if it's not a 1.0 thing.
And I would like them to say specifically what we know about that's not 1.0.
Yeah.
If they plan to get the entire ship backlog done before 1.0, I want them to say it. If the plan is not, I want them to say it.
Yeah. The ship backlog is important, but I think that the most important
BMM
part
will
is
be a 1.0.
What does the universe look like at 1.0? The star systems, the locations, what you can do with your character, what you can do with your vehicles, and what you can own, what you can do as a group, all of that holistically, with the economy. I wouldn't be surprised if they, if they mentioned Star Sim, but in a way that alludes to, we're going to get a presentation on Star Sim before the end of the year.
I would also hope that they put together a video that shows, like they said, Yogi said the quantum thing was, they showed the intention of the new quantum travel system. I would love a video that showed the intention of 1.0.
Yeah. Zyron, you're right. The medical we have right now is combat first aid. And we're supposed to have everything up to full-blown hospitals. So we've got a long ways to go. But at what level is where they want it for 1.0? Because there's going to be other things that, at what level are we going to have refining for 1.0? And that's the thing. I don't want Surgeon Simulator in game. That is not the gameplay I'm interested in. I don't do that in my job. but I do what we do, essentially what we do with the medical ships we have now and the Apollo and maybe even like the tier 2 med beds. That's my job in real life. That's what I want. And guess what that is? UI. Like that is the majority of my job on a daily basis is receiving information from UI prompts on a screen that tell me what that go into my brain, and I make a decision. Okay, I need to twist this knob or push this button, or or push this syringe. That's tier 2 medical gameplay. So yeah. But yeah, that they have a list. They have a list of what they need to get in for 1.0 in terms of gameplay, in terms of locations, in terms of features like your org tools and such. And they're going to have a list of that, and they're going to present it, what it looks like, and how they make it so that way people don't fall asleep 15-20 minutes in, because it is an hour and a half long. And if it's just words, well, fuck, that the last time Rich and Chris did that, it didn't go over well.
Nope. Where's that sentence I was just thinking of? I don't remember, but I do remember. I think the BMM will be before 1.0, because when they talked about where they were at with the current BMM, I think they also started a team looking into how to start to rebuild it.
Yeah.
Because that is now abandoned product, what they had at the white gray box stage, and they have to train new people, and they're going to come up with a slightly different Banu look. But I imagine that went into research.
Yeah. How did they pick up where they left off?
Well, they basically said they're not picking up. They have to go back and redo it, because the talent of how to make the shapes and how that aesthetic came together was a specific artist skill. And they didn't have them to train new people.
Thing. It's a big hurdle, but I don't think that they'll have to.
I mean, the exterior was basically done.
Yeah.
The interior was nowhere near done, but the outside was basically done.
Yeah, it looked good. But then they also have to make the gameplay. Like, does marketplace gameplay factor into 1.0?
That's a good point. That probably does.
It isn't just a matter of like, it isn't a cargo hauler. It's a, flying marketplace. So, Contagion. Nyx definitely soon TM.
Yeah, we talked about all those back when we talked about Beyond Pyro. So if you missed that, this will be up when. When is this one gonna make it to YouTube?
What day is it today?
Today is the Monday.
Okay. Yeah, we just finished. Now we're in Tuesday. Okay, so it won't be up Tuesday. It'll be up Wednesday.
All right. So Wednesday, you guys can go back on Tree's channel and see what we talked about for all those, because we do not have time to recap everything.
Yeah, it'll be up on the YouTube on Wednesday, and of course the VOD will be here on Twitch. Yeah. Do you have any closing thoughts on the 1.0?
I hope they outline. Well, obviously, 1.0 is not done. We're not abandoning Star Citizen after 1.0. That's not how games work.
Yeah.
Especially not games today.
Highlight that.
Whether it's whether it's 1.1 or 2.0 after that, who knows? It just depends on how they want to change up how we do post release. But also, 1.0 is also going to be so much more polished and bugless than the current game.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be a new threshold between the PTU builds and the live builds. PTU is where stuff is really going to be tested thoroughly, and it's going to act like another live build. It's going to be very bugless, but that's going to be where they test it. The quality bars are going to go up for both of these places. And I imagine, I don't know how they plan to roll out content afterwards. I don't think we'll be doing a quarterly system. I think we'll be a feature collection. Like I think Zarian said, I think it was him. Somebody said in chat. Oh no, it was Dell. That like the BMM might make into an alien expansion, whether we have to pay for it or not. To be seen. I would probably not because that doesn't seem like what they would do for it. And also, everyone hates that Elite did bought expansions, so it's kind of question for the future. Maybe for 1.0, maybe further down the line. Who knows? They said they wanted to stop selling ships, so this would be the time to say, are we going to stop selling ships or not? But I would imagine that we get after 1.0, we get chunks of related gameplay and systems and content, and not so swift of content that we do now.
There's not going to be vacant frontier systems. You don't need the system to be vacant. The planets in Stanton are ginormous and have ungodly amounts of empty space. Same with the moons. You know, are they going to add more points of interest to them? Yeah. But there's lots of frontier systems that don't have, like, there are, it's more of a spectrum, like it was where Stanton is, you know, going to have a lot more points of interest and stuff going on in it, you know, and it's going to be more heavily weighted towards the curated MMO. But then you go to these other systems that are out on the frontier, and it's going to be more weighted towards the MMO or the sandbox, but there's still going to be curated content there. There's still going to be NPCs and NPC factions and have their own locations and stuff. It isn't going to be.
We also talked about that all during the Beyond Pirate thing.
Yeah, and you know, eventually we might get completely undiscovered systems. I just don't think that's a priority. Where it's a
definitely not a 1.0 thing. That is an
rush.
entire new frontier level of expansion.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to hit 100 planet
hurts.
or 100 systems before 1.0.
No, not even close. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
so
they're going to be
first we need expansions to fill out the universe. Then once we're done with that, we'll get the expansion of Beyond the Universe. Because we still have a ton of a ton of Xi'an stuff we don't know, a ton of Bennu we don't know, obviously a ton of Vandal we don't know. We also have the Kurthak over there. We have the simmering Civil War. There's a lot of stuff they could do post 1.0.
And there's, for Squadron, we don't know the extent of the star systems built for Squadron.
Correct.
In their entirety. We know Odin.
That's also a good point.
A primary
post
location.
1.0, now that we know Tyra is on Star Citizen, not Episode 2, even though they may be prepping stuff for Episode 2, post 1.0 is Squadron 2, or Squadron 42 Episode 2. So,
yeah.
There's that.
I will just be happy with what we get in the next couple years, and finally playing the version of Star Citizen that mirrors Squadron when it releases in terms of polish and a completeness of experience. And you know, gameplay features, you know, how well it runs, how smooth things are, how I don't run into these things and be like, oh wow, I wish we could do this, but we don't have this feature in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's about it.
Well, I think that's all we got for this evening. So we'll go ahead and wrap it up. I just want to say thank you everybody who has stuck around. We still have over 100 people hanging out in chat. We had that huge raid from Levan Jufan, as well as raids from Zyron. We got a big raid from Papa Juggernaut. We got another raid from, who else raided? We had 4 raids this evening, I think.
You have a thing on your Twitch. It'll tell you.
See, but that's if I was a real content creator and not just a hobbyist. But yeah, we are rated multiple times. We still have a whole bunch of people hanging out in chat, so really appreciate you guys all hanging out and talking with us. I love
part of the crew.
Oh,
part
another follow.
Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship.
Thank you, Grizzly 2020, aka Rykard. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the support. I hope you guys enjoyed the content. If you didn't catch all of it, You can check out the VOD here on Twitch. It'll be up on my YouTube Wednesday at noon, the whole podcast. And I always put timestamps in there too. So if you just want to watch the CitizenCon part, you can just click right to it. Or if you wanted to watch the server meshing part, if that's what you missed.
So I see a person I'd like you to raid.
Oh yeah, but we always raid as long as like something doesn't break, because we got to pay it forward and share the love. Sorry, I've been lurking most of the night and followed probably on the raids. Also, just want to know what they done to the Pisces headlights. Oh gosh, I don't know. I was just thinking
Headlights
about
are
the Pisces.
in active development. Take nothing as gospel. Headlights are one of those things that are actively working. If there's something wrong with them, please put in a issue council report.
They took the teeth away. The teeth away from the headlights.
I don't know if headlights should have teeth.
There's some dangerous headlights of the LEDs, like on a BMW.
Oh God. Oh.
No lights.
Hurt.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Oh,
especially without not having night vision. You gotta have lights.
Please put in the issue council report.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the person I'd like you to raid is Chachi.
How do you spell that?
CHACHI.
CHACHI.
His icon is a stormtrooper helmet with a gold faceplate says VR. Try the full name, I guess. It'd be Chachi _ Sanchez.
Chachi.
Falling over.
_?
Nope, just underscore.
Oh, _ Sanchez.
And that's what this
there we go. Found him.
Hey.
All right, we are gonna raid Chachi. Oh, okay. Nope, I'm pretty sure I've raided Chachi before because I recognize the sim pit. All right, we're gonna raid Chachi.
He plays Star Citizen in the future. He's already playing it in VR.
That's crazy. Thanks so much for the support, everybody. I hope you guys all enjoyed the show. I hope you'll return. I'll be doing hopefully another gameplay stream or two this week, and Naz will be doing his 48-hour CitizenCon stream. So go show him some love and support, and go tell Chachi we said hi. Cheers, 07. Good night, everybody.
Bye, everyone.